good morning, and a very warm welcome to the Sierra Leone Fintech Forum 2.0 2025. That deserves a round of applause. Yes. Also, a very warm welcome to all our online viewers watching us from every part of the world. Good morning. Welcome to all of you. Would love to know where you're watching us from, so drop that in the comment section, and also let us know where you are watching from, and I would ask that you also please share to your online community. Now, I am truly honored to be the host of this very grand event. My name is Stella Bangura, and I'll be taking you through, or you'll be seeing my face throughout the course of this event. And I hope I look okay. I hope I'm not scaring anyone this morning. I think I am, because I'm not getting a no or yes. Thank you very much. So, before we get started, I'd like us to have a quick housekeeping rule, so we know how we're going to get started and get engaged. So first of all, I know we all love our mobile phones, our mobile devices, it's our life, but I'll ask that everyone please put their mobile devices on silent or do not disturb. The exit is exactly where you came in through if you need to run out, but we will not have an emergency. The restroom is right on the left hand once you exit this conference room. It's on the left hand side. And should you need any information, you have any questions, our ushers are more than happy to answer any of those questions or guide you through. And even the team as well is more than happy to guide you through. So, as I always like to say, it's always good to meet somebody new. So please turn to the person next to you, tell them good morning and welcome to the Sierra Leone Fintech Forum. No, I don't think the energy from that person is right. Look over to the next person. With a big smile, tell them good morning and welcome. I love that smile. Also tell them that they look very handsome and beautiful as well. Yes, that's it. But one more question you're going to ask that person. Ask them, are you ready for the Fintech Forum? Ask them. Will be unbundling so much within the fintech space, including unpacking some of the most pressing challenges hindering the growth of digital payment in Sierra Leone. Now, this includes digital payment infrastructure, limited access to banking and financial services for rural populations. Takes Sierra Leone through. It marked marked a bold step towards shaping the future of digital financial conversations and systems in Sierra Leone. We sparked an unprecedented dialogue, bringing together over 100 stakeholders, policymakers, and obviously we had bankers, we had mobile money operators, we had innovators, all in that room in November 2023. Now that forum laid the groundwork for collaboration, for regulatory dialogue, for bold steps moving forward. Since then, we have witnessed encouraging progress, like new fintech startups emerging, regulatory bodies becoming more engaged, and a collective shift towards leveraging technology to bridge financial gaps across Sierra Leone, and as well gradually strengthening the fintech ecosystem. A progress that Interswitch is pushing not just in Sierra Leone, but across Africa. Now, recently, I actually stumbled on a post online, and I find that very interesting. A podcast titled, "How Gen Z Will Build the Next Billion-Dollar Industry and Companies." Now, guess what? At the heart of that conversation was tech. But one thing I found very profound with that conversation was the statement from one of the speakers who said, "Every successful product inspires hope." And that's exactly what our convener, Interswitch, is doing. Igniting hope that Sierra Leone can build its own success story. A nation where tech-driven solutions not only tackle pressing social challenges, but also pave the way for successful innovations. Interswitch itself, which I found very interesting, because I only got to know that recently, although I've known the company for quite a while, a very long while. So happens that they were actually started in Nigeria. But guess what? Today, they are a global fintech powerhouse shaping Africa's financial future. This isn't just inspiring, it's instructive. The forum couldn't have come at a better time and with a better team. Especially when I look around the amazing faces here of young people, stakeholders, policymakers, people who are determined to move the industry forward. The future is not only digital, it's local, it's African, and it starts right here. So, you all here are the change makers that will determine the future of Sierra Leone's economy. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. So, what I have done is not to welcome you all, by the way. I've only just reminded us the reason why we're here. To do that, I'd like to invite Olubunmi Aina, who is the VP, Sales and Account Management at Interswitch. Now, Olubunmi is a seasoned, agile pre-sales and business development leader with over 15 years experience across fintech, SaaS, cloud, and digital payments. He has led multi-million-dollar product launch and rollouts, built strategic partnerships across sectors, and has driven adoption of banking and e-payment platforms. He's also a certified Agile, Myla Hyman, and Lean Six Sigma individual, with also executive training from the Lagos Business School, So please, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Olubimi Aina, VP, Sales and Account Management, Interswitch. He's also a certified
Thank you very much, Stella.
Agile,
Excuse me. I started looking around to identify who you were introducing.
With also executive
But it's good to be here again. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
So
Thank you very much. I'll stand on existing protocol,
for Olubimi Aina,
but most importantly,
Sales
identify
and Account Management,
our leaders in the room,
Interswitch.
starting with the governor. Thank you so much, the governor, Bank of Sierra-Leone. The deputy governor, also seated there from Bank of Sierra-Leone. Happy to have you. Our distinguished guests, executives, and leaders from the banks, our CEOs, MDs, from SLCB to Rokel to EcoBank to Skybank to Bloombank, our CEOs of Fintechs and mobile money operators. We have Orange Money, we have MoneyMe, we have our C-levels, CIOs from SLCB, from GT Bank. We have our directors, representatives of the Bank of Sierra-Leone as well seated, and our partners and colleagues. On behalf of the management of Interswitch Group, it is my immense honor to welcome you all to the second edition of the Sierra Leone Fintech Forum. We appreciate you for taking our time out of your busy schedules to be here today. It is well appreciated. We don't take it for granted. I think it's a good place to give ourselves a round of applause for being here today. We from Interswitch, we extend our appreciation to Dr. Ibrahim Stevens, the distinguished governor of Bank of Sierra-Leone. Your leadership and focus in fostering a diversified and sustainable financial sector is something we've all experienced, it's something we've all seen, and we are beneficiaries of your leadership. We also appreciate your continued engagement and collaboration in our joint efforts to deepen financial inclusion in Sierra Leone. Your presence here today is a powerful signal that the future of financial services is indeed paramount in Sierra Leone. Thank you once again. To our partners across banks, the CEOs, MDs, fintechs and other financial institutions, regulator and the media, thank you. Your time here today speaks volume about the strength of the ecosystem we are building jointly. When we had the first edition of the forum, November 2023, as Stella earlier referred, our goal was very simple. We wanted to listen, wanted to learn, and wanted to find points of connection. Today we are back to further deepen those conversations and also move from potential memories to progress. We want to accelerate what we have listened, what we have learned, and progress the financial ecosystem of Sierra Leone to where it should be. The theme for this year's forum, access, inclusion, and growth, deepening digital payments in Sierra Leone. It reflects the way we are navigating across Africa and right here in Sierra Leone. We see increasing mobile connectivity. Part of the ground rules Stella mentioned was, we know we can't do without our phones. It speaks to how critical the phone devices have been to everybody. If you lose a phone today, you almost seem as if you've been rendered useless without your companion. So that mobile connectivity we have identified is critical, expanding internet access, and a youthful population eager to engage in digital economy, signal significant opportunity. However, these factors alone are insufficient to drive sustainable growth. Growth happens when tools are trusted, used, and designed around the actual needs of the people. That is why today's conversation is very critical. From agency banking interoperability, from national payment switch availability, from inclusion to innovation, are building blocks and not just items of an agenda. At Interswitch, we don't believe in one size fits all. Instead, we design solutions tailored to the unique needs of the diverse communities we serve, whether in vibrant urban centers or remote rural areas. Our experience shows that partnering with local stakeholders, regulators, and entrepreneurs unlocks value far beyond what generic or imported strategies can achieve. This is where I would interpret it to say, we listen local, we build local, we co-ideate local, we solve problems locally, and we've progressed payment ecosystem within Sierra Leone together. As we talk, listen, and ideate today, we must also ask ourselves, what next? What next is there for payment in Sierra Leone? What commitments are we making as industry leaders, as regulators, as companies, as institutions, as individuals, to make digital payments work better for more people across Sierra Leone? From Freetown to Koidu, from Makeni to Bo, from Kabbalah to Sulima. Today, as we deliberate, I encourage everyone to embrace the conversations with openness and purpose, to speak honestly, to share generously, and challenge ideas constructively, all in the spirit of driving real progress. Once again, I want to say thank you to all the leaders and every participant here today, and I bid you all a warm welcome. Thank you.
Please, once more, a round of applause for Olubumi. No, I'm not getting that. Like he said, the idea of why we're here today is to deepen the conversation we started in 2023. As we're going to have our panel session, I'm sure that we're also going to review the steps we've taken so far from 2023 up until today. Not only that, it is also inspiring to know that Interswitch tailors its product for its client. Build local, ideate local, grow local. So it's no surprise that a lot of the products you're going to be seeing will be tailored for Sierra Leone. So thank you very much, Interswitch. Please, a round of applause for that. You know, this could not have come at a better time, especially when you see that the government of Sierra Leone, through the Bank of Sierra-Leone, is in full support and full collaboration with Interswitch as we take the financial space, the technological space in Sierra Leone forward. Now, our next speaker, who is our keynote speaker for today. That's interesting. We have two keynote speakers because these are two very important people from two different perspectives, from Sierra Leone and from our convener. So our keynote address would be coming from Dr. Ibrahim Stevens, the governor of the Bank of Sierra Leone. Now, he was appointed in 2023 as the governor of the bank. He is a seasoned economist with a distinguished career spanning several years. He has held senior roles at the Bank of England, LSE's IGC, and Rwanda's Ministry of Finance. He leads major reforms in monetary policy, financial inclusion, and payment systems, including the very launch of Sierra Leone's instant payment services under the national switch. Please, this deserves a round of applause. Because I know, as we often say in Sierra Leone, since John was a boy, we have had this conversation about moving to this level. To have that done under his leadership speaks volume. And it's no surprise that he is one of our keynote speakers. So please, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the Bank Governor of Sierra Leone, Dr. Ibrahim Stevens.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction, Madam Moderator. The Deputy Governor of Financial Stability, Bank of Sierra Leone, directors of the Bank of Sierra Leone, including the Chief Operating Officer, the MDs and representatives of commercial banks and other financial institutions that are present here today, the MD of Interswitch, distinguished representatives of development partners and other international organizations that are present here, members of the Sierra Leone Fintech space, esteemed industry stakeholders and innovators, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to address you here today on the theme, Access, Inclusion, and Growth, Deepening Digital Payments in Sierra Leone. But before I go into the detail of my remark, let me just say a few words about why we are supporting this event. I collected some facts. Interswitch, though not yet a regulated entity of the Bank of Sierra Leone, actually supports and partner with 12 banks, 5 fintech, and Orange Money in Sierra Leone. In my back of the envelope calculation, that constitutes over 70% of this space. So I feel obligated as the principal regulator to support a forum like this. Second, being here also is a demonstration of the fact that we take fintech, digital financial services, and financial inclusion very importantly. It is one of the major activities under our strategic plan, and we are devoting enormous resources in this area. As I said at the e-governance forum yesterday, we have assumed the national lead role in promoting financial inclusion and digital financial services in Sierra Leone. So, for those reasons, I feel obligated to support this event and will continue to support it. Now, also, allow me to digress very briefly on our macro environment. You know, the role of the central bank is to maintain monetary and financial system stability in the main, supervise and oversee the payment system, be responsible for issuing the currency, and of course supporting the economic policies of government. As I speak to you today, we have single-digit inflation in Sierra Leone, 9.38%. As I also speak to you today, in the past 18 months and more, we have maintained, we have achieved a relatively stable exchange rate environment. As I speak to you again this morning, borrowing cost for the government is gradually coming down from a high of about 41%. It's about 30% now, and today there's an auction. I've just been speaking to my colleague, the MDs over there, and I'm looking forward to them coming good, and I think we're headed for downwards as well. These are very important macroeconomic indicators. They suggest to me, and everyone else, I would assume, that we're moving to an era of macroeconomic stability. This is very important, and one of the main factors that is driving this is the confidence that we've been able to exude in this economy. We have reduced uncertainty, our regulatory actions are very predictable without lowering standards an iota, because that's very important. We're very predictable, and we've engaged and will continue to engage with our stakeholders. Let me move on to the main business of today. Our nation is on a transformative path to modernize its financial sector and bring more of our citizens into the formal financial system. Despite notable progress, cash remains the dominant mode of transaction for many Sierra Leoneans, and formal account ownership is still rather limited. This means large segments of our population, especially women, young people, and rural communities, are underserved by traditional banking services. To bridge this gap, it is essential to expand mobile and internet coverage, promote accessible agent networks, enhance financial literacy, and build widespread trust in digital financial services. The Bank of Sierra-Leone has been at the forefront of addressing these challenges. In 2022, Parliament passed the National Payment System Act, our main legal instrument that we use to superintend this space. This legislation replaced outdated legislation with modern legal framework that supports electronic payments. This act empowered the BSL to issue key regulations that make digital finance safer and more affordable, including, for example, revised guidelines for agent banking, comprehensive regulations on electronic money, e-money, rules for electronic know your customer processes, and directives governing our national payment switch. Furthermore, the establishment of the Sierra Leone regulatory sandbox, the first in the sub-region, by the way, the first, alongside our fintech challenges 1 and 2, has been critical in fostering innovation by promoting seed capital, grants, and testing ground for financial technology solutions. Through active collaboration with the Sierra Leone Fintech Association, the Digital Financial Services Technical Working Groups, the financial sector is embracing a spirit of innovation and cooperation. A landmark achievement is the launch of the National Payment Switch in May 2023, a shared digital platform that connects banks, microfinance institutions, mobile money operators, and fintech companies. Initially, this platform enabled 6 commercial banks to clear card and ATM transactions across a unified network. Thanks to support from the World Bank Financial Inclusion Project, customers can now use a single card at any ATM or point of sale terminal, removing the previous inconvenience of carrying multiple cards for different banks. And as I speak to you, all but one of our commercial banks, 12 of them are now on the card switching. Looking ahead, the platform will expand to support mobile wallet interoperability and real-time transfers. The second phase, which is the instant payment service, was officially launched in February 2025. That's a few months ago. This cutting-edge infrastructure facilitates real-time 24 hours transfers between any bank account and any mobile money account. Currently, we have 11 banks connected to the instant payment service and three mobile money operators, marking a significant step towards seamless digital payments nationwide. These successes have been made possible through robust international partnerships. We deeply value our collaboration with the World Bank, which has provided both funding and technical assistance. The Sierra Leone Financial Inclusion Project contributed approximately $12 million United States dollars towards modernizing our payments infrastructure, including the development of the National Payment Switch. The World Bank project, abbreviated FASTT, which is frictionless, affordable, safe, timely transaction, has brought invaluable global expertise on fast payment standards, guiding Sierra Leone in adopting secure, instant payment best practices. Additionally, the World Bank Digital Transformation Project, supported by a $50 million United States dollar International Development Association credit, is expanding broadband and internet access and enhancing digital skills across the country. These improvements in digital infrastructure will underpin, all future financial innovations, from branchless banking and mobile money to e-governance services, and are vital enablers of financial inclusion. We've also benefited from partnership with the Alliance for Financial Inclusion. But even before I go into that, the Bank of Sierra Leone has also benefited from Phase 2 support for our financial inclusion project, which is a $40 million grant that includes line of credit support, but also expanding and developing a robust digital finance ecosystem in Sierra Leone. And I think this is a demonstration of the progress that we've made in our partnership with the World Bank. With the Alliance for Financial Inclusion, as a proud member, the Bank of Sierra Leone has made concrete commitments under the Maya Declaration to modernize payments and promote mobile finance, while learning from peers across Africa. The Alliance for Financial Inclusion support was instrumental in developing our national financial inclusion strategy, which prioritizes women, youth, rural communities, and micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. Working closely with the Ministry of Finance and the private sector, we're enhancing financial education and outreach. Agencies like the United Nations Capital Development Fund, UNCDF, the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, have contributed to digital finance surveys and pilot projects that help identify obstacles such as agent network shortages and low public awareness. Moreover, our partnership in the Better Than Cash Alliance signals Sierra Leone's commitment to transitioning public payments from cash to digital formats. With ongoing guidance from international institutions like the IMF and SIGAP, Sierra Leone is rapidly advancing towards a vibrant digital economy. At the heart of this progress lies a combination of regulatory innovation and strong collaboration between public and private sector. The bank has worked closely with stakeholders across government, industry, and civil society in shaping these reforms. For instance, while the national payment switch was developed by a private vendor, it was built and operated through continuous cooperation between the Bank of Sierra Leone, the Association of Commercial Banks, mobile network operators, and fintech companies. Its governance model involves shared responsibility. Banks contribute to operating costs, while government provides policy guidelines. This partnership approach sets a strong precedent. We have incentivized agent networks to expand digital financial services into underserved rural areas and are working with industry players to improve financial access for women and access for remote communities. On our regulatory front, we have issued updated guidelines permitting non-bank entities, including telecom companies, to offer mobile wallet services under clear and accountable rules. We have introduced a tiered KYC requirement for low-valued accounts to make onboarding much more easier and straightforward. Of course, we established a regulatory sandbox to allow fintech firms to test innovative products in a safe and controlled environment. All these measures balance consumer protection with the need to encourage innovation. Equally important, we're investing in cybersecurity and infrastructure resilience, working in lockstep with our National Cybersecurity Center here in Sierra Leone and other partners. A recent cyber audit of the BSL system is underway, while we expand real-time goods settlement system and the automated clearinghouse capabilities to rural banks and financial services agents. These efforts guarantee that mobile banking and instant transfers are both reliable and secure, even in remote areas. Broader ICT infrastructure are equally crucial. The Government National Digital Development Policy of 2021 and the World Bank Digital Transformation Project are extending fiber optic networks and 4G and 5G coverage nationwide. If you were at the e-government event yesterday, you would see a demonstration. You would have seen a demonstration of this. Digital literacy initiatives are being introduced in schools and communities, creating a virtuous cycle where improved connectivity fuels digital finance uptake, which in turn drives demand for better internet access. The shift from cash to mobile payments during the Ebola outbreak highlighted the critical role of modern payment platform as a public good. And that system was built by Sierra Leoneans, young, gifted, and brilliant digital minds put that together. It's an important reference point for most of what we've achieved up to this stage. Looking forward, our journey is just beginning. We must ensure the rapid growth of digital payments translates into inclusive development. The new payments infrastructure will underpin a variety of initiatives, including mobile microcredit, for example, mobile microcredit for farmers, savings and insurance products tailored for rural and low-income population, and a digitized payroll systems for government and private sector employees. We are enhancing the instant payment infrastructure to support these services. And in the not too distant future, all of these will be available. Our national financial inclusion strategy commits to reaching excluded groups and micro-entrepreneurs with customized digital services. We will continue expanding agent networks to remote areas, enhance women's financial access, and securely integrate financial data with the national ID system to onboard more citizens. We call on all partners, regulators, policymakers, donors, and industry leaders to sustain this momentum by, for example, investing in critical infrastructure, including electricity and internet access, supporting digital financial literacy programs to build trust in e-payments, and encouraging responsible innovation to develop new services such as cross-border remittances, merchant QR payments, and green finance applications. Let me close by emphasizing that deepening digital statements is not an end in itself, but really a powerful enabler for national development. By making payments cheaper, faster, and more transparent, we empower businesses to grow, connect farmers and traders to markets, and strengthen trust in our financial system. Together, through prudent regulation, robust infrastructure, and ongoing collaboration, we can achieve a sustained and inclusive economic growth in Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone is committed to a digital future. Together, we will build a robust and successful digital economy. I therefore warmly invite you all to join us in building this future. I thank you very much for your attention.
Please, once more, a resounding round of applause for the Bank Governor, Dr. Ibrahim Stevens. I think he needs a resounding applause. If not for anything, for the national switch. I am very particular about this because I'm going to say this again. From when John was a boy, we've had this conversation. So to see somebody take the bull by the horn and eventually start that process, launch it, and also see that we're moving forward, not just only with policies, with the systems and infrastructure, but also with the conversations, it is very commendable. It is also interesting to know that from the time that Interswitch first touched down in Sierra Leone, which I think was 2009, it's interesting to know that they have about 70% spread now in Sierra Leone. So it's good to know that, Mr. Governor. Aside this, the Bank of Sierra-Leone have taken lead role to promote financial inclusion. And as financial regulators, they're working, or the work rather, is ongoing. We have single-digit inflation. I can tell you personally, we've held the foreign currency or our exchange rate constant for a very long while, which is very commendable because prior to now, it was on a free fall almost every other day. Borrowing cost for government is going down. Now, aside that, there is a deliberate act to take Sierra Leone to a cashless society. We have started that journey, but it's still a long process. And this is where partners, friends, and well-wishers like Interswitch become very critical in that journey. It's also important to note from the governor's statement that we are the first in the region to launch the regulatory sandbox. Please, a round of applause for that. I'm very excited to know that we have a bank, a regulatory body rather, that is open to collaboration, that is open to engaging not just with people, but innovators, partners, and stakeholders within the industry. This means that they do realize that they cannot achieve it alone, and they need partners to make it happen. So having that open door policy is very commendable, Doctor, and for this we commend you. So from the launch of the national switch, 12 banks already are on board. That's a good move, but there's still more room for progress. We are gradually increasing interoperability within the banking space and players. So I think on this note, it's very important that we hear from our convener, Interswitch. With this, for our keynote address, like I said, this is a very unique event, and we have two special speakers, the bank governor from the Bank of Sierra-Leone and from Interswitch, who is a man of very few words. He is a founding member of Interswitch and the MD of its Pure Pay division, which powers half of the group's revenue. With over 23 years of experience in electronic payment, payments technology, strategy, and business management, he is a force to reckon with. He has led the team that built the Interswitch Super Switch and co-founded Africa's first Fintech unicorn. He is a respected leader in driving innovation and shaping Fintech across Africa. And I must tell you, when it comes to the financial and technological space in Africa, they are a force to contend with. So please, ladies and gentlemen, a warm applause for the MD of Interswitch, that's Akim Lawa, MD, Payment Processing and Switching, Interswitch. Please, a round of applause for him, Akim Lawa.
Thank you so very much, MC, for that very wonderful introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to stand on existing protocols, but I would like to specially and warmly again welcome the governor of the Bank of Sierra-Leone. Thank you very much, sir, for being here. We do not take you for granted. Would like to also thank and welcome the deputy governor who is here. Thank you so very much for making the time. The directors from the BSL, thank you so much as well. But special thanks to the MDs of our partner financial institutions. I think we will not be here without you. So I would like to say a very, very special thank you to all the MDs and CEOs who are here. And to our new partners, Fintechs, mobile money, CEOs who have joined us today. I'm extremely grateful for your presence. Thank you so very much for here. And to all the C-level executives who've made the time to come and visit with us and spend this morning to us, I want to say a big thank you as well. Ladies and gentlemen, online guests, ladies and gentlemen of the press, innovators and game changers, you're all welcome to Sierra Leone's Fintech Forum 2.0. I am, like I said, I'm a man of very few words, but there are some very important things that I think I need to say today, and I've put them in a presentation that I would like to share. This is not the right slide. Please help me. Today is the second forum that we're holding. The first one was held in 2023, in November. And in that event, the governor shared his vision for the payment system in Sierra Leone. He talked about the journey that the national switch had been on. He talked about that there will be the instant payment solution that was coming. He talked about so many of the challenges that the country still had to face and overcome. I left that session challenged. I left that session challenged that as Interswitch, we must bring the full force of our capabilities into this market to support that vision. Now, we're not new in the Sierra Leonean market. We've been doing business and supporting customers in Sierra Leone for more than 15 years. Right? We have a registered company here. We have staff who are working here. And we've been doing that for more than 15 years. But this was the first time that the vision for where the payment system could go was clearly articulated in a manner that we felt a lot of the efforts that we could bring to bear can deliver the results. So my presentation today is about what are the next steps. But to understand the next steps, you actually need to go back and talk about what we've achieved in the last 2 years. And I think the most succinct way that I could explain that was with this saying that I found, right? And I'll just read it out. A paddle here and a paddle there, and the canoe stays still. Right? The message is that everything that I'm going to be talking about that we've achieved, and everything that we will still achieve, can really only be done if we collaborate, right? If we collaborate with the regulator, if we collaborate with ourselves as industry stakeholders, if we collaborate with the fintechs who are leading the market, the mobile money, if we collaborate with the technology companies who are helping us solve problems like fraud management, risk management, AML, if we collaborate with the customers who will be telling us what the needs that they have and how they want us to solve it. We must all paddle together to move the canoe or the ship of the payment system forward. My topic is building progress, building on progress. We're expanding access, driving inclusion, and fueling growth for national prosperity. A lot has been said about Interswitch. We started out in Nigeria, but we're not a Nigerian company. We're an African company. We have been supporting customers in so many countries. At the last count, I believe we're now in 27 African countries, providing technology to support the transformation of our continent. Because, like I said 2 years ago, no one is going to come and do it for us. We need to do it ourselves. The governor spoke very proudly of the fact that the mobile money, mobile payment system that helped Sierra Leone survive during COVID was built by Sierra Leoneans. Those things give me a lot of joy and pride and gives me confidence that we can, as Africans, solve the problems that we are facing. We have created a vision that is built on the vision that the governor shared 2 years ago on how we believe that the payment system in Sierra Leone will transform. We think that if we do our jobs well, and when I say our, I'm talking about every one of us in this room. If we do our jobs well, we will create livelihoods for hundreds of thousands of Sierra Leoneans, jobs that they will not otherwise have to be able to earn a revenue and take care of their families. We believe that if we do our jobs well, we will create access to financial services even to the most remote parts of Sierra Leone, where customers can open accounts, save their money, receive payments, pay their bills, without having to travel long distances to be able to do that. We believe that if we do our jobs well, we can bring fintechs, mobile money, financial institutions together to solve these common challenges that face us. While we know that competition is important, but we know that we cannot solve the problem of the country as single institutions. We must collaborate and we must work together. If we do our jobs well, there are many innovators sitting in this room, many of them listening online, that will build the next African fintech unicorn. They will create new businesses, they will create new industries, they will drive innovation in spaces where we didn't even begin to imagine, if we make the platforms and the infrastructure that we've built available to them. We believe we can extend the number of services that are being delivered online and in digital channels, so that even governments can use the digitization to grow the services that they are offering to customers. And if we do our jobs well, we can start entirely new industries that no one is even thinking about today. Now, this is not a strange vision. We have seen this happen in Nigeria. We've seen it happen in Uganda. We've seen it happen in Gambia. We know it can happen here. It is a journey that we've been on. It's a journey that we know will happen here as well. This vision requires us to continue to strive forward. As we move from where we are to financial inclusion, and then to commercial inclusion, where we're not only giving staff and citizens access to financial services, but we're giving them a way to make money and sustain their families. We're moving from digitization, where we can digitize our operation process, whether we're a bank, or whether we're a business, whether we're a merchant, to automation, where we can bring new technologies like AI to create new service experiences. We can move all the way to efficiency, reducing cost of operations, and move on to transformation. We can move from interoperability to collaboration for innovation. Now, we're still trying to chase the first side, but we must be thinking of the end goal, right? We must move from ability to where the collaboration that we're having creating a solution for the problems of our citizens and the customers. Since November 2020, we have been working beginning to see some of the results, right? We're working with banks now to put together a shared agent network that will deepen the penetration of financial services even to the most remote parts of the country, where customers can go to an agent and get not only banking services, but mobile money services, where they can get government services, where they can get services that are offered by merchants as well. Customers can shop online and have their goods delivered into their homes or into an agent that is close to them. We know that we cannot create financial inclusion without bringing down the costs, right? We've worked with banks to bring down the cost of card issuing to such a level that any customer of any bank can be issued a card that is not expensive, right? That can give you access to financial services just like the people who are carrying the international cards and Visa and MasterCard right here in Sierra Leone. And we're working to bring the fintechs and mobile money together into that ecosystem where we're jointly looking at and creating value today. None of this would have been possible if the national switch was not here. I would like to once again just give my thanks and congratulations to the Central Bank. You might look at it and say, maybe I'm telling stories. So today, we've been very, very deliberate. You are going to see live demos of every single thing I've talked about, based on the work that all of us have been doing for the last couple of years. Our partners, and I just wanted to put the logo up because we couldn't have done any of this without the partnerships that we have in this room, right? From the financial institutions, to the regulators, to the fintechs, plus many of our resellers who are also present and partners who are present in the room. We want to say thank you because we couldn't have gone on this journey without your support and your partnership. As I close, we now really need to think about, so what is next, right? What are the next steps for us? What are the things that we must focus on, right? And I think a lot of the conversations that we'll be hearing on the panels will address some of these issues. We need to get to the point where we start designing the consumer experience that we want our customers to have. Can I walk into a branch and pick up my card instantly at a very low cost? Can I take that card and walk to any bank's ATM or merchant locations, right, and do a transactions with full confidence that it will work, right? If I want to onboard for a digital service like instant payments, can I do that directly from my phone without having to come to the branch, right? This is where we're going. Can government begin to look at expanding the way they collect from the government offices to agent locations and even online? The government of Sierra Leone is very digitally focused, and we hear this every day. On top of that, we need to support that initiative with payments. Can government payments become much simpler than it is today? How do we create opportunities for merchants and small businesses to sell their goods and services to the entire country, not just their communities? How can we create opportunities for them to be able to sell to neighboring countries like Guinea, like Ghana, like Nigeria, right? And have payments that they can trust received from that. That's where we need to be thinking about going. But we must not lose sight of other things that are just as critical as well. We cannot do this without educating ourselves and educating our customers. As an industry, we must collaborate on education for ourselves as stakeholders and for our customers. We must not lose sight of risk and compliance. We must look at the risks. We must work together and collaboratively address the risk issues and ensure compliance to local and international regulations. We must focus on fraud and operational excellence. We can only build trust. We can only build trust if customers can walk to a channel and use it with confidence that their card will work and their money will not be will not be missing. My last slide is really my call to action. Right? We must, as an industry, collaborate for innovation that creates impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please, another round of applause for the MD for Interswitch, Akeem Lawal. You know, it is quite interesting that when we when we reflect on the journey from 2023, when the first Fintech forum was held, there's been considerable progress. The journey has continued. And we've even seen more innovative Fintech companies emerging. But there is, of course, the challenge that we must do more. We are at the very baby stage, if I will put it that way, when it comes to the Fintech space in Sierra Leone. There's room for advancement. There's room for progress. But it's very heartwarming when we know that we have the bodies, stakeholders, all willingly, eagerly, passionately invested in moving not just the conversation, but also moving the journey a lot faster. I know Interswitch wants more footprint in Sierra Leone. We want that as well, because this means that we can further be able to engage in things that has been very challenging for the very basic things. For a lot of us that live out of Sierra Leone, or a lot of us who are just coming to Sierra Leone for the first time, or for a lot of us who just go in and out of Sierra Leone, we understand the real challenges within this space. I'm happy that 2023 event challenged Interswitch to do more, even though they've had some footprint in Sierra Leone. The conversation started, commitments were made that day, and 18 plus months later, we've seen some progress. But more collaboration is needed, as the MD has said, across board, from regulators to the customers, to the financial institutions, to each and every one of us. We need to move that forward. So in 27 countries so far, that's a big milestone. That's a big presence, but there is still more to be achieved. Now, as we talk about increasing financial access, basing that off the MD's presentation, the journey to take Sierra Leone to a cashless society is very real. But the great part is we have started that journey. We've seen that this opens up a world of opportunities for Sierra Leone and its youth. Within the tech space, it has the power to transform not just only our economy, but also address many of the challenges that we deal with. The MD has spoken so much, but to be honest, without the support of its partners, its clients, but most importantly, the Bank of Sierra-Leone, it would be near impossible to do that. So I'd like to call back the MD of Interswitch to please come on stage. He'll be officially not just recognizing, but appreciating the effort of the bank governor. It's been a journey. We've had so many conversations around this space. But to see an individual wholeheartedly jump in and begin to make some of these dreams a reality, it is worth commending. So I'd also like to call on stage the bank governor, Dr. Ibrahim Stevens.
The MC said since John was a boy, and she wasn't kidding. For more than 15 years, we've been trying to work with the Sierra Leone government and the country to put in a national switch in the country, right? Within a few months of you taking over as the director, you completed that project. You deployed it into production. You kept your commitment to give us instant payments. You've created an ecosystem that is collaborative in nature. You've opened your doors to us and other financial institutions, giving us an opportunity to engage with you and to drive the progress of the payment system and deliver your vision. We want to give you a special award as it's a National Payments Transformation Leadership Award. And it's been presented to you, sir, Dr. Ibrahim Stevens, Governor of the Bank of Sierra-Leone, by Interswitch and all of our partners. Thank you so very much. Can we ask?
All right. So 1 minute quick, can we ask Vincent to join? And then we'll also get the MDs as well.
And the Deputy Governor.
Can we open that for you? No, I just want, okay, I can have the mic to please come as well. Deputy Governor.
To the media world to have a little bit more photo opportunity. It's back. Can we please walk to the back for another photo session, please? Thank you very much. Can we all please walk to the back? Well, this. Can we all please walk to the back for another photo session? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As we go through the photo session, still doing a little bit of some more recap on what the MD of Interswitch said. It's interesting to see that Interswitch vision closely aligns with the vision of Sierra Leone for its financial space and the financial sector.
But one key thing he mentioned is that we must design the consumer experience our customers want. Remember, when I started, I shared a very important point that I watched on the video. The successful products, businesses, services are the ones that build hope. And that hope is very much alive today in Sierra Leone. I also love the emphasis on education across board, because it is when we are all financially educated that we're able to advance conversations, even the infrastructure around the fintech space. So we do once again say a very big thank you to the MD for the keynote address. A big thanks as well to the bank governor for the keynote address. The speakers have been amazing, they have been wonderful, and they have shared their insights. But that's not just it all. We will have in-depth conversation. We will get industry and expert opinions, perspective, and even analysis. But above all, we all will have the opportunity to ask the questions and engage with our panelists. Because remember, we are moving forward what we started in 2023. First of all, I want to know who was here in 2023 for the Fintech Forum 1.0. Yes, I see a hand there. Who else again? I see another one. Oh yes, I see a lovely lady there. Well done, well done, well done. I think I see another hand. You know, one thing I must say, I was here in the spirit, I must say. What remarkable progress that I have seen in this year's event is that there are more women in this room today. Please, a round of applause for that. You know, when I watched the event, I just kept scanning through, and all I wanted to see, how many women are in this room. But today, there is a remarkable increase in the women in attendance, but more women who are players in this industry. So please, I'll give all the women a round of applause for that. We are gradually taking up your space. We are taking up your space. We are taking up your space. Are we enjoying the event so far? Are we enjoying the event so far? Are we excited so far? Do we want to hear our panelists speak? Right, okay, so I'd like to ask that all our journalists please go outside, because I know that you people need a few minutes to run some interviews with our keynote speakers. That's the bank governor and the MD of Interswitch. You have about 5 minutes. To all my colleague journalists, we have only 5 minutes with each keynote speaker, because we need them back in the room. But I'd also ask that everyone please take their seats. While you're here, if you have any questions, please engage our ushers. They are more than happy to answer any question you have. We also have a demo session behind where you get to experience some of the solutions, hands-on experience. If you're a novice like me, trying to understand what's going on, you can get more of that at the back, where you understand and experience some of the solutions that are available and is possible right here in the room. So I give all of us a few minutes to take our seats. got two over there. Where's the lady? I saw your hands. Okay, you were here. The deputy was here as well. Who else was here? The lady must be out? Okay. So I'm just going to come over to you and I'll ask you, before we jump into our panel session, share with us your experience of the 2023 event.
Well, basically, 2023, when I participated in the Fintech events, it was actually new to me. I actually learned a lot during the sessions by different speakers. Yes. Also, the bank governor was also here, and we actually learned a lot from them. At the end of the event, it was very impactful and collaborative, and also networking with different CEOs and MDs from different bank institutions to ensure that we're able to connect and see how we can support our initiative to the highest level. So that is what actually happened here, and it was really nice. And I hope to connect with other partners to ensure that we're able to raise and also encourage ourselves in the work that we have to do. Thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you very much. Just hold the mic. I have another question. 18 plus months later, what has the progress, the journey, the new beginnings been? But I'll hold you on that answer. There is, if you have the vehicle AYB 951, which is a private vehicle, please you need to go outside and attend to your vehicle. There's a bit of an emergency. AYB 951. Who owns the vehicle? AYB 951. A private vehicle. There's a bit of an emergency. Please go outside and check in. So back to the question. 18 plus months later, what's the journey been like for you?
Well, actually, I've been seeing progress.
Okay.
Since then, and I've been seeing the Bank of Sierra-Leone making serious progress
Okay.
to ensure that they're able to incorporate the Interswitch process for Sierra-Leone to see how best you can have this opportunity to really withdraw money from other banking institutions, so as you also banking that institution as well.
But for you as an individual, what's the journey? Have you created a multi-million-dollar fintech company? What is it? I want to hear. What's happened?
We actually since then, and I've been working with initiatives and programs to ensure that I'm able to encourage other young people to see how they can participate and incorporate their ideas to the fintech platform. So that is what I've been.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Please a round of applause for him. So we had another person who was here. We had a few. I'm looking for the lady. I think she stepped out. But I'm going to hand over to the deputy bank governor. No. Oh, you are? My apologies. Well, we often say speak things to life, so you never know. Well, this is the Chief Operating Officer for the Bank of Sierra-Leone. For the Bank of Sierra-Leone. Apologies on that, but we speak it to life. You were here 2023. What has been the progress?
Thank you very much. And, yes, I was here 2020, and I had an opportunity to be engaged by some of the financial technology innovators that are around. And of course, the governor also delivered his speech, which actually made promises of digitizing the economy and fostering innovation. And we have seen all of this currently. And most of those, or some of those financial technology innovators that engaged us at that time, and that's why they are, we're now seeing them coming to the central bank to have a role to play in the part of digitization.
Beautiful. One more question before I let you go. There's been a lot of, the MD of Interswitch made a very, very, very important statement, which is in the area of education. We need more education within this space. And there's been deliberate effort by the government and even the bank to increase awareness. And just like as the bank governor has mentioned, even schools, there are a lot of outreach and engagement with them. What has been the outcome and impact so far with those educational engagement?
Yes, so I must say we will not be alone in this. We have everybody on board, the commercial banks, the mobile money operators, and from the volumes that we have seen in terms of transactions being processed on the instant payment service, on the national, the card switching itself, we believe there has been some progress so far. And further to that, the central bank has strongly collaborated with the Ministry of Communication and Civic Education. And very soon we are going to kick off a more robust public education on the subject of financial inclusion and digitalization of communities.
All right. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for the CFO at the Bank of Sierra-Leone. Please, 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 a round of applause. We're definitely making progress. We're definitely making progress. But I heard all our speakers this morning, but I also had a few people share their experience from the last event. But now, I'm not going to speak. We're going to call industry experts to come share our own perspective and what the journey has looked like so far, 18 plus months later, after that event at Radisson Blu. Now, our presenter for this panel session, which is our first panel session, is a very interesting young lady. I emphasize the word young and beautiful because we don't have a lot of women in this space. So, Roberta is a seasoned business development and sales leader with over 17 years experience across finance, fintech, and government. As the VP at Sistegra, Interswitch's digital infrastructure arm, she leads market growth across Africa. She has an executive certificate from Harvard, specializing in aligning strategy with sales execution. So please, ladies and gentlemen, and I want a very special round of applause when I call this lady on stage. That is Roberta Ali. She is our moderator for this panel session. She is the Vice President of Sales and Innovation in a digital-first economy. Please, once more, a round of applause for Roberta.
Good morning, everyone. Standing on existing protocol, I'd like to welcome everyone in the room and, of course, those online for joining us for this very strategic session. I am delighted to be moderating this session today named Banking Beyond Boundaries. We've heard about local commercial bank. Our next panelist he has over 15 years of distinguished experience in corporate and institutional banking. Serves as a president of the Sierra-Leone Economic Development Forum. He's widely recognized for his contributions to professional and community development, transforming banking. You might find him cheering on East End Lions or Liverpool FC when he's not dealing with banking problems. Please welcome Mr. Mohammed Samora. He is the MD of Zenith Bank. Oh, I'm sorry. UBA, apologies. Oh my goodness. Apologies, sir. Our next panelist has over 25 years banking experience. He has held roles at UBA, Standard Chartered, Echo Bank, and Stanbic IBTC. His expertise spans corporate and investment banking, oil and gas, retail, and commercial banking. Please welcome Mr. Udem Udo. He's the managing director for First Bank. Welcome, sir. With more than 2 decades of experience in banking, he has served in senior roles, including acting manager, managing director at Skybank. He has led transformation initiatives across IT, human resources, and financial performance. And he has received various training in change management, strategic planning, and cybersecurity. Please welcome Mr. Fasasi Adeniyi. He is the MD of Skybank. Thank you. Over 20 years experience, mostly in Africa. He is covering West, Eastern, and Southern Africa in both risk and business development in the corporate and investment banking space. He is passionate to deploy networks and emerging markets to further the cause of improving economic value by financial intermediations at senior levels. Please welcome Mr. Sebastian Ashong Katai. He is the MD of EcoBank. Our final panelist is a dynamic sales leader with deep expertise in business transformation, strategic partnerships, and international expansion. He is a key contributor to the Central Bank of Nigeria's payment system and has forged impactful partnerships with global players like Google. Please welcome Mr. Paul Ohakim. He is the Vice President Issuing and Acquiring Management, Verve. Welcome, my esteemed panel members. With that, I think you can agree with me that we have a robust wealth of experience sitting in front of us with over 100 years of experience. So please listen attentively. I promise that you would gain insightful, inspiring, knowledge from our discussions today. With that, we'll start the conversations shortly. Welcome. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for the short session introducing our panelists. We'll delve into the topic for today, which is banking beyond boundaries. And I think the governor has spoken about how inclusion is important, providing solutions that are interoperable, that are accessible across the region, and how the essence of partnering is very important to ensure that we scale and, we ensure that this is more permissible. So I'll go quickly to our first question. The Bank of Sierra-Leone has played a pivotal role in championing digital financial inclusion. What are the central priorities for your regulation framework for 2025 and beyond, specifically aimed at fostering responsible innovation while ensuring financial stability, customer protection as well for Sierra Leoneans? This question is for Mr. Sama.
I would like to start by first and foremost saying that the central bank launched its strategic plan in 2024, which actually laid out the blueprint of actions that the central bank intends to undertake for a period of 5 years down to 2028. Among blueprint of actions,
So give it to the last guy. Thank you.
now, while the central bank is moving towards this move, we are also working towards designing regulations that will actually strike the balance between the aspects of fostering innovation and the ties in the economy with financial stability as well as consumer protection. But right before 2024, the central bank at the back of its mind as a project it intends to undertake actually amended through Parliament, amended the National Payment Systems Act to actually give it more powers to invest in innovation as well as digitization. Along this line, I will say that let me start with first and foremost responsible innovation. We are in for all fintech to actually thrive. And we'll do this through not only by way of regulations, but also through meaningful collaboration. We are currently live with the card switching as well as the instant payment service. The central bank issued a directive in December that 31, every player should move away from bilateral switching to actually payment service. That to implement this will be difficult because the fintech were not actually brought on board. So we extended that directive to end June 2025 after extensive collaboration, all players, including the fintech, the mobile money operators, and even the commercial banks. This is an evidence of the central bank's level of collaboration among the players. The bank has implemented several regulatory initiatives to support digital and financial innovations. Among these is the Sandbox Initiative. The Sandbox Initiative actually came into effect to make way for beginners to enroll into the system for payment service provision. And to date, of course, you've heard the governor said that the Bank of Sierra-Leone was the first in the sub-region to actually come up with a Sandbox Initiative. And to date, we have quite a few number that have graduated into full-fledged payment service providers. We also established the Digital Financial Services Working Group. And this group is aimed to promote collaboration, identifies constraints and opportunities, and advocate for supportive regulation and policies. And this is a group that comprises not only staff of the central bank, but all players, including commercial banks, our development partners, mobile money operators, the fintech, etc., etc. We also established agency guidelines, agency banking guidelines. This, we can also attest to the fact that it is in line with achieving digitization of the economy and also fostering financial inclusion. The central bank, in addition, did the tiered KYC, which also ensures that even the least man in the most remote community that can only boast of a chief to identify him without any form of identity card is also not left behind in the spirit of financial inclusion and access to finance. And this has been one of the strengths that has been responsible for the central bank to achieve what we have achieved so far. Because central banking, as we all know, has moved far off the periods where the governors will say, I'm in charge, I'm the boss. Or the central bank will say, hey, look here, I'm the regulator. So we now engage people, we now engage communities to see reason, to buy into our ideas. Recently, the central bank governor moved his office to our branch in Kenema, and he worked from there for 1 week, seamlessly. And during that period, he did not only work within the premises of the bank, but he made sure he engaged community people, etc., so that he was able to identify their needs and their challenges, and all of this put together is what has actually helped us to achieve where we are so far. So in short, I must say, partnering and collaboration in all of this is very, very key in the midst of actually drafting regulations that will ensure we foster innovation and digitizing the economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That's very, very insightful. And I like the part especially around innovating, going local and understanding the pain problems, solving them and educating. Very important for you to be able to, drive it in and ensure that there's, alignment and people are actually working with initiatives to grow the space. I'll speak around Verve. We know that Verve is a global card brand, African card brand, and has this widespread card scheme. We also know that it's been instrumental in democratizing financial access across Africa. Given Sierra Leone's unique social economic landscape, what are Verve's strategic imperatives, for deepening financial inclusions here, particularly for the unbanked and underserved? And how does Verve envisage, expanding the boundaries of access? This is for you, Paul or Hakim.
Okay, thank you and good morning all. So Verve remains the leading domestic card scheme out of Africa. We are made by Africa for Africa, so our DNA is Africa. We understand what we Africans need, we understand what our pain points are, and our business model revolves around the peculiarity of Africa, which is the financially excluded and the unbanked. Currently, Verve has close to 100 million cards issued in Africa. This is a little bit shy of 10% of Africans. And the primary basis for our success is that we have built our business model around pricing and commercials that suits African businesses, nuances that are tailored particularly to what African businesses need. Our focus are traders, farmers, students, and the regular Africans that walk the streets of Africa. And Sierra Leone is no different. Okay, we have successfully done this in several African countries. Nigeria, Kenya, Uganda, and Gambia, where in some of these countries, VEF controls over 60% market share. So Sierra Leone will not be any different. And I think particular reason why we are interested in Sierra Leone is that we have been in Sierra Leone for about 15 years, but I would not underscore that within the last 2 years, we have not only seen great strides, but we have seen a clear roadmap towards the vision, okay? And because as VEF, we are on a journey for Africa, we decided to deliberately engage in this partnership to ensure that we meet the needs and take Sierra Leone to the next level.
Thank you very much, Paul. I particularly like the fact that you're localizing pricing and you're considering the peculiarities of the market, you know, and then you're providing value to aid, access, you know, and have that token to distribute. Access Bank, you know, has been performing great strides and have constantly been on the map from a Pan-African perspective. They have driven digital innovation across African markets. I see you. For Access Bank Sierra Leone, what does banking beyond boundaries truly mean? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, apologies. That question was for Udem, Udem. I don't think she can't make it. So we'll skip. And then this will go to Skybank. If I might ask, what are the critical pillars for effective public-private collaboration, you know, required to build a truly secure, trusted, and universally inclusive digital payments ecosystem in Sierra Leone? Could you offer specific examples of successful partnerships?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Interswitch, and thank you, Bank of Sierra-Leone. First of all, I remember what a prominent politician said many years ago, and he's also one of the foremost industrialists, Chief MKO Abiola, and he said, you cannot clap with one hand. Anybody can try it as if we can hear people clap here. Just be clapping with one hand. That means there won't be any sound at all, except if you have two persons clapping with one hand each, or you are clapping with your two hands. So essentially, you would need collaborations to ensure that we have good payment ecosystem. Now we have about 8 critical pillars to ensure that we have sound and trusted payment system, you know, in any banking industry. But I'll just touch on 5 because of our time. First of all, we need to have sound regulatory alignment, and I'm sure when the Central Bank Governor presented his opening remarks, he encapsulated some of these pillars in his remarks, but as I go on, we'll now begin to marry the two together. One is regulatory alignment, and then we need to have, you know, defined regulatory framework for fintechs or any payment agents in any financial system. And again, what we do see is that you have people implementing laws, and they implement it based on their understanding. If they wake up well, they will implement, they will tell people what they want to hear. But sometimes when they wake up at the wrong side of the bed, that means implementation of the law is tied to their mood. And that shouldn't be. There should be a checklist for people to check, both the regulator and the participant. Once you tick the boxes, then approval should be granted immediately. Again, I would like to also talk about education. That's users' education. You know, I thought probably Mr. Hakim is very new in Sierra Leone, and Mr. The DMD. So these examples that I'm going to give may not necessarily apply, maybe from my personal experience anyway. So when you are coming between two systems, you would think sometimes your system is the best, particularly people comparing two cultures. You know, you might tend to be ethnocentric. So let's look at a very local cuisine in Sierra Leone, and then perhaps if you are coming from Nigeria, you are used to your own way of eating, say, obiata or some other local dishes. And then you come to Sierra Leone, someone is offering you, can you taste this cassava leaf? Apparently, there will be some reactions, there will be some drag in tasting it. But at the end of the day, when you actually taste the dish, you will not want to eat anything again apart from cassava leaf. He's smiling to me, you can see him. So, so what am I saying? So payment systems, from this IPS, it's just for people to test it, to work with it, to experience it. You ensure that it will probably explode the entire payment system in the market. But what we do see now
framework that is a guiding framework that allows this process thrive. Customer experience is important. The experience keeps it and makes it sticky. Once you go on a channel and all the back office conversations are working as should and the customer gets a fantastic experience, they will start to imbibe the use of technology. Data is king. Data sharing cannot be overemphasized. Data, what we like to say, is the new gold. So ensuring that there's data access, reliable data, structuring your data such that, it's free and is interpretable and can be used for different use cases. And more importantly, learning patterns, fraud patterns, what has happened before. We shouldn't be proactive. We shouldn't be reactive. We should be more proactive. So when we see patterns, is there a system? Is there an AML? Is there an AI tool that's providing that information across board so that we have less incidents of fraud? And then, of course, a reliable infrastructure. Infrastructure that allows you scale. Infrastructure that supports the IPS as well, and so that all the other parts that make payments successful are in check. Thank you very much, sir. That was very insightful. Interoperability is a big word. Some people like to say it's a buzz catch word. I just see it as being able to send a message and receive feedback, right? Working together for a global common outcome. It's a cornerstone for a truly digital-first economy. How is Verve actively driving ecosystem-wide interoperability in Sierra Leone, beyond just card acceptance, to foster seamless connection between banks, fintechs, mobile money operators, and public sector initiatives? Mr. Paul?
Okay, thank you. So for a card scheme, interoperability is a very pivotal pillar for success of any card scheme. And again, when we identified the deployment of the national switch in Sierra Leone, and I dare to say that as Verve, based on our foray into Africa, we have engaged with quite a number of countries who have deployed national switches. But the drive and pragmatic approach of BSL in the national switch made us committed to this project. So we have partnered with the national switch. Verve cards are currently accepted on the national switch across a couple of banks, with more to come on board. Interoperability for us goes beyond the payment system, but a larger ecosystem. Hence, for Verve, Verve is currently accepted across different countries in Africa. We recently concluded the capability for Verve to be accepted on the regional switch for the Jemimoa region. And this covers Verve acceptance across 8 countries in Africa. This is aside the fact that the connection extends to East Africa, Kenya, Uganda, and the Gambia. So what that means for Sierra Leoneans is that with your Verve card issued from Sierra Leone, you can actually use this card at these several countries. Regarding public
without coming to the bank. They're able to do their transactions seamlessly wherever they find themselves. We are not in Kenema, for instance, but we've been able to successfully deploy POSs in Kenema. We've been able to successfully onboard new customers in Kenema. And also an advantage in terms of the investments we've made in digitization is the fact that we have a linkage with all our digital products. So whether you're using the UBA Leo, you're using the UBA mobile app, we are able to operate in between the various channels. So today, you can be in Kabbalah and there's no UBA, but there's an EcoBank ATM, for example. I can move money through my different channels, to my different accounts, and then I can now go use my card to withdraw from the EcoBank ATM because it's Visa enabled. So these are the advantages of UBA investment in digitization and the expansion drive. So we need not be
service, so bringing banking closer to the customer. So well done to the UBA team for the work, and like we said, there's more to be done, so we hope that the access continues. This question is for First Bank from a strategic outlook perspective on the evolution of agency banking in Sierra Leone. And how does the bank intend to innovate and expand its agency network?
That started like a one-man, took over the industry. And we've seen the power of collaboration. So when you look at what the banks are doing, on the surface, one would say we should be competing. But I think the right word would be to say we are co-petition. So it's not competition, but co-petition. So what we're doing basically is collaboration, partnership. What co-petition does for us in the financial ecosystem where you have IMTUs, telcos, Fintech, if you want to fight, you would die. So the best is to partner with all the players in the ecosystem. The slice is big. Pick part that belongs to you. And why am I mentioning this? Agency banking is what takes banking to even where people cannot speak English, even where the brick and mortar is not available. And what we did in First Bank when we came, we looked at other banks have introduced Visa card, MasterCard. Again, it goes to this rhythm of innovation. We brought in Verve card. We were the first bank to introduce Verve card in Sierra Leone. And the reason was it's convenient, it's fairly cheaper than the standard Visa or MasterCard. And then because of what we need to drive our agency banking message, so what we've done as a bank is to say, strategically locate branches in key areas, key locations in Sierra Leone that act as hub for our agent and merchant network, work with telcos, work with some strong MTOs, work with Fintech, because there are things that these guys are very good at. Their decision making is lean, easy to deploy, their technology is superb, the AI that makes you look at things from will make an Interswitch or a UBA to predict, to use an AI tool to predict Should AI work for Hakim? Oh, he may not like to buy from his shop. He likes a bigger supermarket. So these are things that a combination of agency banking, instant payment, what we've done is over time you see people go to cash in, cash out. That tells us that we are not yet at the end of the value chain. It will get to a point where, through the agency network, people walk into a merchant are not going there for cash in, cash out. Rather, you see the money being recycled back into the system, either from mobile app to Orange Money Wallet, from Orange Money Wallet to a Vault or a Wave platform. And you see that in totality, in terms of enterprise level, the size of cash, actual cash required for transactions in Sierra Leone will be drastically reduced. BSL will be at peace. Most of us commercial banks will be at peace. And the issue of theft would even be reduced. So agency banking has come to stay. All the players have signed into it. The fintech, the IMTOs, the mobile operators are together. And like I say, instead of competing, we do co-petition, not competition. And it will take all of us to that promised land. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Do not compete, coexist. Well done, and thank you for that powerful delivery. Agency banking is here to stay, and all players should be on board to make the agent network bigger. Our next question goes to EcoBank. Emerging technologies and trends, especially in real-time cross-border payments, will most transform Africans' financial services in the next 3 to 5 years. How is EcoBank leveraging your Pan-African reach and network and partnerships helping us, or what are your plans for this transformation? Mr. Sebastian?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning. Many thanks to Interswitch, to the Bank of Sierra-Leone for making this excellent event happen. I'll be brief because you've mentioned we're short on time, and I know the other panelists. One of the key trends that we've seen in the cross-border payment space, for example, is the use of blockchain and mobile money, even in cross-border payments. So a bank like EcoBank collaborates with fintechs. We collaborate with mobile money operators in multiple countries that we operate in to be able to facilitate payments for customers. In fact, as we speak, I'm quite proud that we're working with Interswitch to be able to develop a cross-border payment system backed by blockchain that's being rolled out very soon in Ghana, Nigeria, and Kenya, and then we'll bring it to Sierra Leone as well. So that's quite exciting for us. We've also seen the use of application processing interfaces, APIs, as well as the use of files transfers. We call it host-to-host payments. That's becoming more and more prevalent across the African space. It's actually allowing customers to make cross-border payments as well as local payments in large volume without manual intervention at all. So it's really excellent for accuracy, reduction in operational risks, like my colleague Udeme had mentioned. So, I mean, what's a use case? A customer that works in Sierra Leone exporting into the Gambia and into Liberia could receive funds automatically using this platform. Another trend we've seen that drives cross-border payments is the need for foreign exchange. Customers want the capability to be able to make payment, but also to be able to purchase foreign exchange at the same time. So traditionally, we do 2 separate transactions. You negotiate for foreign exchange, and then you try to get a payment done. But we're combining these two into one now. So in EcoBank, for example, we have 28 treasuries across 33 countries that we operate in, dealing in 20 African countries, where you can seamlessly make a payment and do your foreign exchange transaction at the same time. We also see the development of regional cross-border payment infrastructure. So if I take the Southern African region, for example, Southern African countries have built, with the support of their central banks, a regional payments structure that gets settled in South Africa using the South African rand. We see in Francophone West Africa, they're developing a similar capability. We're also aware of the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System, which we call PAPS, that also makes these regional payment capabilities available. And that's great. EcoBank is participating in all of these. And in addition to that, apart from the broader ones that are owned regionally, we also have our own payments network, because we're operating in 33 countries across Africa. So customers that have accounts with us in multiple countries can instantly make payments across borders. One of the good things about that is they can also make payments in local currency. So, a woman or man in Freetown who has a payment to make to somebody in Nairobi or to somebody in Monrovia, and doesn't want to have to go through the hassle of purchasing dollars, can make that payment instantly and seamlessly, supported by a digital interface. So they can do it from home using mobile banking or using internet banking. There are quite a number, but let me stop there to give others a chance.
I know you have a long list of use cases, and well done for your implementation, and of course, providing that interoperability and ability to, transfer transfer funds across borders, localizing with localized currencies, which is very powerful, I must say. Our last question, I think it's because of time, is for Rokel Bank. As fintech adoption rapidly accelerates, how is, apologies for that, I missed it. Rokel Bank's position as a long-standing institution presents a unique challenge in a digital transformation. How is Rokel Bank strategically balancing its foundational traditional banking infrastructure with the rapid demands of digital innovation to serve both existing and new customer segments in Sierra Leone? Thank you, Dr. Walter Gilpin.
Thank you so much. It's quite interesting listening to the panelists speak, because we can see that the platform has really been laid. We can see the energy is there. We can see that we've been knocking on the door for the whole country to become more or less cash-based and more electronic-based. Well, we're a local bank, and so we have to design, develop, and disseminate locally. We don't have any external apparatus that helps us, so we work really with collaborating with the existing banks in Sierra Leone. And that collaboration has worked so hard, it has gone so far, and now we're getting on top of the game. We realize that I always say this, we're part of the overall financial system. And the financial system really is made up of the banks, insurance companies, the stock exchanges, the SMEs, and all that stuff. But they have two key things that they do. One, is contribute to overall GDP growth, and two, to contribute to your return on investment. Now, as we go into the digital space, and we're looking at what can we do within the economy that one needs to this access, innovation, and banking beyond borders. So as a bank, we've rolled out our Rokel Singapore, which has become very instrumental in financial operations in Sierra Leone. Now, when we look at the impact of that, we look at the accessibility, we're looking at one that we have to address different demographics. All right? So the access to finance and financial access points are one part of the game, and then two, to the access to the e-products that these customers are going to use to access the service and products that we've given to them is another part of the game. So how do you make sure that they have easy access to the phones, to the pads, and also to the computer that they need to use to channel these things? The other thing which we've done is look at also the access to the knowledge to operate within this environment. That is education in the area of things. And so the human capacities also has to grow, and then also to understand how you can become better knowledge in financial skills. That is financial literacy. So we don't want to operate in a silo that, okay, we just give out these products. Well, one, how do you use them? How do they benefit you? How do they benefit the overall economy? And how does it contribute to the overall macroeconomic expectations of the government, as it were? So I think we have put out products that can interface with the switch. We put out products that can interface with other bank systems. We put out products working with the PAPS, that is the Pan-African Payment System, through Afreximbank. You can now use our own app to pay for a product in South Africa, a product in Nigeria, a product in Kenya, seamlessly. So we've done all this interconnectivity, and so we've taken Sierra Leone from being more or less isolated to connecting to other banks and having a local bank that has a global reach through the electronic portal.
Oh,
thank you.
Amazing. Thank you very much, sir. And key notes for me is accessibility is important, but being able to finance that technology and provide value products that solve everyday problems, and also empowering the ecosystem with knowledge. Never being retraining and retraining and retraining as well, as many times as possible, to ensure that the education is there, the knowledge base is there, the technology is there, the solutions are being solved, or the problems are being solved with the available products. Thank you very much, Dr. For your address. I'd like to say we're closing or coming to the end of this panel session, Banking Beyond Boundaries. I'd like to thank all my panelists for their exceptional, insightful contributions. The depth of the discussions on navigating access, inclusion, and innovation has been truly enriching. Now we have about approximately 5 to 10 minutes for, an open floor for questions for those in the room and of course online. Please direct your questions to the panel members. Keep it brief and, focus on the themes that have been discussed today. I don't know if, Are there any questions? Please, can you introduce yourself first, please? Yeah.
I am Mohamed Amiru Gouma, Executive Director of Sierra-Leone Youth Initiative Network. So my first question will go for Dr. Walter Gilpin. Brookfields Commercial Bank has been striving in modern banking with a growing youth population and rural gaps in banking access. What step is Brookfields taking to drive financial inclusion in underdeserved community, especially through digital solution? My second question will go for Access Bank. Access Bank. Okay,
He's not here, sorry.
Okay, sorry. Not Access Bank, I think First Bank. First Bank is known for a strong regional presence. What has been your experience in balancing profitable with expanding financial access in Sierra Leone? And how can banks be incentivized to invest in high risk, low access zone? Thank you.
Please go ahead, thank you.
Well, I must say that the underserved population is a critical focus for all banks, as it were. Not even only local commercial banks, critical focus for the central bank. And it also triggers our excitement when we see the non-bank population ratios to the banked. And so the potential banking population that is not yet banked have a large percentage in the underserved. So we're going out there to, I think UBA spoke a lot about the second tier account opening system that central bank has introduced. That is for those people who live in communities where it's difficult to find them with the right addresses. They don't have a history of paying electricity, but they have a history of transactions maybe on the phone line. They have a history of transactions in the communities, so we can get those people on board. They will have to give them reasonable access to the financial status quo, and we must not intimidate them by looking so aggressively and expensively dressed. We have to let them understand that we can be like them and they can be like us, and ultimately the guys who have to take over the financial ecosystem of the country. So we're going out there with the lower tier system, giving them access to their accounts through the mobile app, and we're also having seminars and sessions with them to get them become more aware of the financial literacy expectations and also the skill sets they need to grow in the financial economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions, and I appreciate the fact that you acknowledge that First Bank has regionally been very key and strategic. In Sierra Leone, we rather came a bit late, some few years ago. However, like you said, for the bank to be involved in high-risk transactions and deepening and making sure it supports business. The business of banking is intermediation from the have and to connect it to the have-not. I agree with you. So what has happened, especially from where we've drawn learning curves, is the fact that when you want to test how deep a water is, you use one leg. If you go with two legs, you may be drowned. So what do? From where we are operating, we've actually partnered, work with companies, work with organizations. Your emphasis is on fintech and the IT space. You know how it is. In some climes where you have emerging trend, companies typically operating in the sandbox are, to some extent, working with private equity capital, venture capital, where these are companies that would dress you, make the bride presentable first, take equity stake, and when you're prepared for a proper marriage, you see the conventional commercial banks coming in. I agree with you, in the innovation and IT space, the fintech space, is very difficult for a start. What we do, as based on my experience, is to say we provide, number one, advisory services. The advisory services or service is something that would tell you when to borrow or when to take loan. What kind of support would you need? Is it bank funding? Is it equity funding? Is it a venture or a private equity? In fact, recently we had a session where an arm of Afri-Exim that are into private equity capital is indicating interest in Sierra Leone, especially in the fintech space. So I assure you, in terms of what the banks, not just First Bank, will be doing, is to take people like you to the private equity capital, the venture capital, and also at the back end work with you to make sure what is required, because one or two documentations, you have to prepare yourself to be able to be accepted by a possible lender or financier. So I like what you're doing. Keep it up with your organization. And once you have opportunities that you think we can work together, there is the Sierra Leone Association of Commercial Banks, not just one bank, where if Bank A's appetite is low, B's appetite or combined can collectively solve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that answer. I think we'll take one more question in the room and one online, because we're running behind time.
Okay, I'm Janice Masakoi from 98.1. The question is, why did you guys decide to bring this particular initiative, and how can this will be for people that are not using WhatsApp phone or people that don't know how to operate it?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Like I mentioned, as Verve, our DNA is for the likes of people you have just mentioned. A lot has been mentioned around agency banking and merchants distribution. That brings banking to your doorstep. Our model is such that you can walk straight to an agent and on the spot get a Verve card issued to you. And with that Verve card, you can transact across the agent networks. Now, from a broader perspective, what drives financial inclusion is the appropriate pull and push effect for the unbanked. So it's not enough to deploy the agents, but ensure that you are able to put cards in the hands of the unbanked. You need a cost-efficient card that the banks will be willing and able to issue to students, artisans, traders, and normal day-to-day Sierra Leoneans at very cost-efficient pricing. And that's what Verve brings to offer. You don't need a mobile phone. You don't need any form of digitization. Just walk straight to an agent on the spot. You get a very affordable Verve card, and with that card, you can transact across the agency network.
Let me also just add, because I heard you talking about people who don't have smartphones. A lot of the capabilities that we're talking about today are now also going to be available in USSD. You probably know what that is, but that's when you just type codes using your keypad, and you're still able to transact.
Do you want to add something, Mr. Adema? I saw you took your mic.
I really wanted to give to any of my, but if you force me, what I can assure everybody, including the person that asked the question, is the fact that you're going to see a paradigm shift. As soon as the instant payment is concluded with the telcos, fintech, and everyone in the ecosystem, I tell you, you will see a revolution. Things that hasn't happened in Sierra Leone would happen. You would see people from Forabre College or University of Sierra Leone designing solutions based on problems that they've seen in Sierra Leone. You would see payment platform that will do. In fact, for most of us that are in the business, we're always afraid because the young man you may take for granted today, tomorrow can displace one of the biggest banks. And this has happened in Nigeria, in Ghana. Interswitch team can allude to this. The Verve card we are talking today, 3-4 years ago, Verve card in some countries was like 10-15%. In most countries like Nigeria, Verve card today is over 40%. Correct?
65.
So what has happened? Strategy, culture. And you're aware when culture meets a wrong strategy, it takes it for breakfast. Interswitch and their team distorted the ecosystem in Nigeria. The fintech have given the banks run for their money, and Sierra Leone will not be an exception. So I assure you, you're going to see a wave of change happening in Sierra Leone in the next 2 years in the payment ecosystem.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sama?
Yes, just from the central bank perspective, a forum like this gives an opportunity to everyone to come and see what is happening within the system. And it throws a challenge to you as well, that I can do it. But most importantly, for you to also know that this is the direction in which we are going. Definitely come July 1, 2025, we are going to be instant payment service right through. Situation where you see you see a bilateral kind of transaction whereby I can use my Orange Money wallet to go into my account, take money and send to somebody else. You must go through the switching system. As long as you're going across networks, you must go through the switching system come July 1, 2025. And let you, as part of the mandate of the central bank to support government in its development and strides, this is also a venture that is going to create a lot of employment. Like my colleague said, it's going to create a lot of employment for our youth, those that are interested. And please, the central bank has established a youth entrepreneurship program. It is available with some funds, about $200,000 per for you to apply. If you have any digital intention of fostering innovation, you showcase your product, we assess it, you are there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We're closing out this panel session. I'd just like to ask one more time my esteemed panel manager members to please drop one word, one buzzword, if it's anything you want the audience to remember from this session today. What are the critical pillars to ensure that banking beyond boundaries is successful? Just one word. We'll start from Mr. Salman and then all the way down to Paul. Thank you.
Collaborative regulation.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Collaborate.
Interoperability amongst
Yes,
banks.
that's it.
Innovation.
Well done.
Revolution is happening.
Accept IPS.
Nice.
Test the products.
Nice.
The journey is real.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please give a warm round of applause for our amazing panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have to take a picture, please. Yeah, thank you.
Please, once more, a round of applause for that amazing panel session. And I love the very word, or should I say phrase, revolution is happening. And it's happening here in Sierra Leone. Some takeaways from this panel session. You know, the need for collaboration has been reiterated across all panelists. You know, the need for information and data sharing amongst the financial institutions, you know, for information or for learning purposes, also to be able to mitigate some incidents that can be avoided when data is shared across institutions. There is the need to enhance financial services and basically to reduce the unbanked and the financially excluded population. But I think for me, the highlight of this panel session is the need for African solutions for African challenges. The importance of these solutions is that they understand the nuances of our society. And I'll go back to my opening, the video that I watched. And I'll ask everyone, if you do have the time, take a moment to look for that video on YouTube. Everyone here will find it very impactful and very insightful. It is titled, How Gen Z Will Build the Next Billion-Dollar Companies. And one example that was given in that conversation was how WeChat, a very popular and successful messaging platform, failed in Nigeria and in a number of African countries. Why? Because they implemented a success story or strategy that worked for China, but forgetting to understand our cultural nuances, our differences, and basically what makes us unique as a continent or as a nation. And I think this brings us back to that saying, which has been reiterated here, African solution to African challenges. So, with that, it's now time for us to see and understand a little bit more on some of these things, the products and the services we've spoken about. And for this, it's an exciting product demonstration showcasing innovations in agency banking, mobile money on POS, and instant card issuance, amongst other demonstrations. So for this, I would like to call on stage Nonso Ebonwo, who is the head sales and account management at Interswitch, and Yakub Sani, head regional expansion at Verve. They will take us through our product demonstration. Please, a round of applause for them. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. We were here a year and a few months ago, and we talked about a few things. We want to come and give an update on the things that we've done and demo a few of the things, so you can see what has happened between the last conversation and this one. For this demo, for a few of the demos, I will be calling on a few of the financial institutions that we've worked with and their representatives to come on stage, just so that we can recognize them for the work that they've done. And then obviously we'll talk through some of the products, and we can then start to look forward to when we would start to use them as customers or as financial institutions. Also, there's a booth at the back where you can test some of the services and some of the products and interact with it live. So I'll just let the first demo come on. Okay, so a few of the demos will come on screen. Some we have videos for. You can look at the videos and see how it works, and then afterwards you can go to the back. In regard to the demos, we have a few of them. There's agency banking. There is mobile money on POS. Mobile money on POS is something that will allow you to use your mobile money accounts to do transactions on a POS terminal. There's also the instant card issuance as well, in partnership with our colleagues in the Verve team. You're able to instantly issue Verve and Visa cards through instant card issuance. There's also tokenization as well, and there is the instant transfer registration portal. It's a portal that we've designed, and we look forward to speaking more on it. So we'll just wait for the videos to come up, and then we can proceed.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. So as we wait for the video to come on the screen, I'll just speak briefly on the instant card issuance. While the session was on earlier, there was a question from the audience asking about how cards can be made available to people within the bottom of the pyramid. And the response was, you can get your card instantly and use it across the agent's network. And that is one big thing that we believe will also revolutionize the payment ecosystem within this market.
Okay,
so it's something we should look out for and expect this to happen in no distant time. Okay, so this is coming up.
Thank you.
Alpha, they do fine, bro. Hey, you do withdraw? Yeah, they do. Okay, I won't send money to my brother too. You do not plan. I don't get cash. Okay. Use my card. Okay. When you account number 20 33 55 78. How much you want send? 200 Leon. Okay. Enter your pin. Okay, don't go. They withdraw, but I want to withdraw. How much you want withdraw? 500. Okay, no problem. Yeah, enter your pin. Okay, it don't go.
Good afternoon, now.
Yeah, I did do fine.
How you dey? I beg I want buy light too.
No problem.
But I don't get cash on my card here.
I will still send you.
Oh yeah, see my meter number here.
Okay, now how much you want? Okay, you card don't go. Take your number to pay.
Okay now. Oh yeah, call them.
Star 174.
Star 174.
Star. They don't come? Yeah. Okay, wait a check. Okay, don't go.
With our agency banking solution, you can equip agents with the means to enable secure real-time transactions, bills, transfers, airtime, and more, right in your neighborhood.
Thank you very much. Agency banking is one of the key drivers of financial. I think it's back, okay. Agency banking is one of the key drivers of financial inclusion. Just like you've seen there, the use cases are several, not just being able to cash in or cash out. There are also use cases for bill payments, there are use cases for collections, there are use cases for airtime purchase, electricity bill purchase, and all of the other bill payments that you can do. It is the driver for growth in the financial services industry, and we are proud to say that we are working with a few banks in a proof of concept alongside the Bank of Sierra-Leone, and all of the transactions that will happen on this agency banking network will happen on the national switch. So that is really exciting for us. Maybe just to say thanks to a few of the banks that we've worked with on this proof of concept. SLCB, Ajimantaki, Access Bank, Memuko is not here. Bloom Bank, Angela Kaula has really helped us. Ayotunde Oluwaseyi from Guarantee Trust Bank, and Kezia Salankole from Rokel Bank. They've been part of the proof of concept, and we're proud to say that we've had successful transactions in tests, pending final approvals from the Bank of Sierra-Leone. Would be able to take this to market and really bring it to drive transactions velocity in on the national switch. So thank you very much. The next presentation will be the mobile money on POS, and for this presentation I would call on Ayotunde Oluwaseyi and Soreba Dafe to join me on stage, because they have been quite instrumental in pushing this through. So what is mobile money on POS? Mobile money on POS is a service that will allow us to use our mobile money wallets to carry out transactions on POS terminals. It basically works by, if you don't have a card, today if you don't have a card, you cannot interact with a POS terminal. But with this service, if you don't have a card but you have a mobile money, you can still interact with a POS terminal. You can get a receipt for that transaction, and the merchant themselves will get instant value for the transactions that you've done, and they're able to print a receipt for that transaction. So I'll let the demo play, and we can take it from there. Thank you.
Yeah, customer, your money is 1,500.
Oh, I forgot my card.
Don't worry. Do you have a phone with you here?
Yeah, yes.
Do you have wallets like Orange Money, Free Money?
Okay.
You can still do the payments through our POS. Hold on. Look at the code, tile this code.
Okay, I have sent.
All right, let me confirm. Thank you.
No card, no cash, no problem. Pay effortlessly with mobile money at any POS.
Thank you very much. Once again, big thanks to our partners, Soreba Dafe from MoneyMe and Oluwaseyi Ayotunde from GTB Sierra-Leone. Thank you very much. The third one we would present is the instant card issuance, and this one is quite dear to to us. Instant card issuance is one of the ways by which banks can significantly increase the number of cards they are issuing, because you can tell your customers that they can come into the branch and request a card and get the card instantly, right? We have done this with a few banks in Sierra Leone, and so far I think the feedback has been quite positive. So I would like to call on the banks that we've worked with so far. Ajiman Taki, Sierra Leone Commercial Bank, please if you join us on stage for this one. And Ike Chuko Kafo from Bloom Bank, please if you will join us on stage as well, please.
Morning. Yes, ma. How you doing? I do fine. I just opened account with you now. I want to know if I go able to get card instantly. Yes, she dey get her now.
I misplaced my card. Can I get a new one immediately?
Yes, can get it instantly.
I have an account with Bloom Bank. I don't have a card. Can I have a card?
It's very possible you can get it instantly.
Wow.
Yeah?
Really?
With Interswitch Card Fusion, banks can issue and activate cards in minutes. No delays, no back and forth.
Thank you very much. Once again, special thanks to our partners, Ajiban from SLCB and IK from Bloom Bank. Thank you so much, guys. Instant card issuance is significant because the more cards you can issue, of course, the more you can serve your customers. So customers don't have to wait days or weeks to get their card. Once they come in, you can print out the card for them and they can be on their way. The next of them is our tokenization presentation. Right, and we'll just go straight to the video.
Tokenized cards. Welcome to this lesson on how to manage your tokenized cards. Select digital payment from the draw menu. Tap on Manage, Tap and Pay Service and accept the information screen. Suspend a card to make it inactive for transactions. Tap on the Service button and confirm the information. Confirm your PIN with your touch sensor. The process then starts. The card is now disabled. Continue with your tasks. You can resume this card to activate for contactless payments. Confirm your PIN with your touch sensor. After the PIN was validated, the LCM operation is triggered and will be finalized by receiving a silent notification. The card is enabled again. Enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Card tokenization is a different level of digitization where you're able to use things like your phone, your wearables, your watch, or any of those type of things to carry out transactions. Your debit card is tokenized, and a digital representation of your debit card is tied to such devices. So when you come to a merchant location, or when you get to the airport, or when you get to anywhere where you need to make a payment, you're able to use your phone or your watch or any of those wearables to carry out transactions. We just thought we'd show you. It's something that we've done successfully in a few markets, and it's something that we want to bring to Sierra Leone as soon as possible. The final one is one that is tied to what the Bank of Sierra-Leone is trying to do with instant payments. And one of the things that we've seen is difficulty in registering customers for the instant payments for the Bank of Sierra-Leone. Customers today have to come to the branch, they have to fill out forms, they have to do a couple of things that is that we see is making it a bit difficult for customers to achieve. What we have done is create or design a portal by which customers will be able to interact with that portal, and they will be able to register for the instant payments platform on the go. And that way, you're able to get a lot more customers, or a lot more Sierra Leoneans on the instant payments platform, and you're able to drive transactions on the national switch. So we'll just quickly look at the video of the design that we've done, and we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Imagine onboarding millions of customers for instant payments without a single branch visit. With the Instant Payment Registration Portal, banks can now onboard users directly through their mobile app seamlessly and securely. Here's how it works. A customer opens your app and selects Register for Instant Payment. They input their national identification number, and immediately an OTP is sent to their registered phone number and email for verification. Once the OTP is confirmed, their information is automatically pulled from the National Identity Database. No forms, no paperwork. Next, the user is prompted to take a selfie, which is matched against the national database in real time. Facial match successful? That's it. Registration complete. The customer is now enabled to carry out instant payments via the app, in-branch, or any connected channel. No queues, no delays, just instant access from anywhere.
Thank you very much. For the instant payments platform, we would sincerely like to thank the MD of SLCB, Yusuf Sila. This design was done for SLCB, and we would like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to do this for your bank. I think that's the demos done. Yakub, any final words?
Thank you, Nonso, for the presentation. I think I just want to add, for the instant card issuance, why do I need that as a bank? Today, when customers request for card, you tell them to come back in 5 days' time, in 10 days' time, in 2 weeks to pick up their card. Yes, I want the card. I have made requests for it, but I might not have the time to come back to pick up that card. But with the instant card issuance, I am requesting for a card and I'm getting it in 5 minutes. That means as a bank, you don't need to keep customers' card that has been linked to the account in your vault. As you are getting them primed, you are handing them over to the customer. This is why you need instant card solution as a bank. Thank you.
Thank you. So for any of the demos that we've done, there's a booth at the back. You can interact with the services and leave some feedback, try it out, see how it works. Thank you very much.
Please, once more, a round of applause for Nomso Ebuwo and Yakub Sonny for that presentation. Did you guys like it? Are you excited about what's to come in Sierra Leone? Are we excited? You know, when the conversation about having to discontinue paper registration for customers that want to open an account, I was sitting down close to a banker and she's like, yes, that's something we need to really cancel. So I think this is good news for our bankers because it's been a hindrance, or rather a stumbling block to a lot of people, because coming to the bank to access that, access the facility can be a little bit of a challenge. So please, if you want to know more, if you want to experience more, you can go to the booth behind, ask questions, get to go through the videos and just understand a little bit more on the products and services. So now we're on to our second session, panel session for today. The first one spoke on banking beyond boundaries, navigating access, inclusion, and innovation in a digital space or digital-first economy. DJ, thank you. And that panel session was moderated by Robinta Aluyi, who is the Vice President of Sales and Account Management in Interswitch. Now for the second panel session, This will be talking on building bridges, breaking barriers, unlocking inclusive growth through interoperable digital payments and strategic partnerships. Now, in this session, our panelists will explore how collaborations across platforms, sectors, and borders is key to driving financial inclusion. They'll dive into the power of interoperability in digital payments and discuss how strategic partnerships are transforming access, efficiency, and scalability across Africa's digital economy. Now, our moderator, Chidi Opara Undudu, is the partners manager at Interswitch. He is a result-oriented leader and has led multi-functional teams that has consistently delivered and sometimes exceeded business plans through, of course, achieving revenue targets. So, ladies and gentlemen, our panelist or our moderator, Chidi Opara Undudu, will be moderating this session. Ladies and gentlemen, once more, a round of applause for our moderator as he takes the stage. A round of applause, please.
All right, thank you very much, Stella. My name is Chidi Opara Undudu. I will be the moderator for this section. So in this section, we'll be exploring the building bridges, breaking barriers, and unlocking inclusive growth through interoperable digital payment and strategic partnership. So to join me on this panel, I'll start with the CEO of MoneyMe, Mr. Soribe Dafe. He is the CEO of MoneyMe, an infrastructure company that enables businesses connect to digital economy. He is also the co-founder of Fixed Solution, DigiNet, Crime Scene, and Linear Technology Limited. An engineer by profession with over 18 years experience in technology. He's also a solicitor at the Sierra Leone High Court. An engineer turned lawyer. Okay, he's also a recipient of the 2019 Innovation Justice Award, an Obama Foundation Fellow, and a Global Champion for SDG 16 at the World Economic Forum. Thank you very much for. So the next on the panel list is an experienced financial professional with 16 years experience of private and public sector financing. He previously served as the financial director, chief executive officer of Standard Chartered Bank, Sierra Leone, chief financial officer of Millennium Challenge Coordinator. He also serves as the chief financial officer of Standard Chartered Gambia and the West African regional head of retail banking finance, Standard Chartered Bank, Nigeria. Please welcome Mr. David Masri, the Chief Executive Officer of Orange Money. Also to join us on this panel is the current Chief Information Officer of GT Bank Sierra Leone, Mr. Ayo Tunde Oluseyi, a seasoned IT professional, a business leader with over 18 years counting in digital transformation. Ayo Tunde, during his time at GT Bank Tanzania, turned around the bank's profitability, and he's currently doing the same thing in Sierra Leone today. He's the founder of African First Digital Banking Academy in Sierra Leone, which represents his passion for talent development. He also holds a bachelor's degree, multiple degrees in IT certification. Welcome, Mr. Ayo Tunde, to the panel, please. I'm delighted to introduce to you or to welcome you onto the panel the Mr. Ajiman, who is currently the head of information, chief information officer at Bank of Sierra-Leone. Welcome, sir. SLCB, sorry, thank you. Also to join me on this panel is Mr. Albert Bome. He's to the stage. He's a senior finance expert at the Bank of Sierra-Leone, currently serving as assistant director of the National Switch Department, overseeing the implementation of the Sierra-Leone switch and a key initiative by the Sierra-Leone government for financial inclusion. Welcome. He also previously worked with EcoBank and UBA Sierra-Leone, correct? Thank you. And finally on the stage to join me here is Ms. Olubimi Aina. He's the Vice President, Sales and Account Management at Interswitch, an experienced business leader, coach, digital payment consultant with experience cut across different sectors, over 17 years of driving business growth. He also holds a master's degree in public and international affairs from the prestigious Lagos State University of Lagos, and a senior management program from the Lagos Business School. Welcome to the panel. Okay. Do you have the mic? This subject is very peculiar to, it's very important to me because at Interswitch I function as a partner manager. So the session will explore critical roles that fintechs, mobile money operators, and enablers play in deepening financial inclusion through innovation, interoperable, and collaborating. We expect that you give us your insight in how the fintechs and the other players in the market can break barriers and bring in more people into the financial space in Sierra Leone. Okay, I'd like to start this conversation with Bumi. So, would you like to give us your perspective on Interswitch's significant role in West Africa payment space? What concrete strategy and initiatives is being employed in Sierra Leone to achieve genuine interoperability across fintechs, mobile money operator, and banks?
Thank you very much, Chidi. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here once again. Thanks for the question. It's a very interesting one. Interswitch has been functional for over 2 decades. Our mission is very clear, very simple. Interswitch across Africa, the intention is to be able to unlock the full potential of Africa, not just West Africa, but Africa, in terms of payment and digital systems. What we pride ourselves in Interswitch is to be able to collaborate, achieve interoperability. There's a lot of interoperability quotes that have been made today by the previous panelists, in the keynote speeches by the governor, by Interswitch PLP MD as well. Simple mission, it is to orchestrate payments, make payments easy across different channels, partnering with the major partner banks, fintechs, mobile money operators, and every player that there is in the countries or in the continent. This we've been able to do not just in Nigeria. I think it's worthy of note to mention that Interswitch was the first unicorn coming out of Nigeria, coming out of Africa. And what we have done in that regard is to have created a platform that has empowered and enabled other fintechs to also become unicorns in Nigeria. This is the dream, this is the vision, this is the mission. We want to be able to replicate this, which we have done in countries like DRC, we've done in Gambia, we've done in Kenya, we've done in Uganda, and we're in Sierra Leone. The intention is to partner with the regulator, Bank of Sierra-Leone, to partner with our friends here, all my fellow panelists, the commercial banks, the CEO of Orange, Monimi, SLCBGT, and most importantly, you will notice I'm strategically seated beside my friend from Bank of Sierra Leone because the network has to be connected for all these beautiful things we have said to happen. So the intention and the mission remains very simple. We want to simplify payments. We want to unify the ecosystem. And we're doing that working closely with the regulator and all the partner institutions there. That success we've achieved across Africa, across West Africa. Nothing stops us from replicating it in Sierra Leone. We want more unicorns. Nothing stops the fintechs here to also become unicorns in the nearest future. They said the revolution is here, the transformation is here. We're here to make that happen with all the collaborators. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Toby. That's really, speaking to the fact that we need the fintechs, the operators, mobile money operators to be connected and business. I'd like to come to you, Mr. Albert. What's the Bank of Sierra-Leone's core strategy to achieving a comprehensive interoperability across mobile money operators and fintechs and the traditional bank platforms?
All right. Thank you very much. The central bank, that's the Bank of Sierra Leone, we have developed a deliberate strategy to be able to achieve interoperability. And how we imply to do that, we have started by bringing in the national switch, which we have named the Salon Payment Switch SAPS. That will allow financial services sectors like financial banks, mobile money operators, and fintechs to be able to connect to each other and be able to do transactions seamlessly. We have also developed a lot of reforms in the sector to be able to allow digital payment systems to come to the arena to be able to play their own part too. Because what we aim to achieve actually is financial inclusion. If you want to achieve financial inclusion, you have to have a strategy of achieving it. We want to go to the remote rural sectors. We want these people to be able to have access to financial transactions. We want these people to be able to do transactions with ease. And with a very cheap means, you can be able to do transactions across the network. Imagine initially if you have one of the bank's ATM card and you want to do transactions on that particular ATM card. A year ago or 2 years ago, you have to walk, for instance, from Adonkia, if you are in the west part of Freetown, to come looking for your bank ATM. So what we did is first we started with implementing card switching that allows anybody that have a card of any of the financial institutions, you can be able, all you need to do is to identify where you have an ATM machine. You can be able to use your card to be able to do transactions by checking your balance, by withdrawing cash, if they need be for it. So we started with 6 banks then, which was launched in May 2023. And by now we have, like the governor said earlier, we have 12 banks that are already on that platform. So we have connected all the financial service institutions to be able to do transactions with one card. You don't need to have all of these transactions card. And then we graduated to the game changer, which is the IPS, the Instant Payment Service. The Instant Payment Service is a financial means of transaction that will allow you to move money from your accounts to another account, or from your accounts to a wallet, from your convenience. If you are probably in Regent or you are in Waterloo, but I have to pay Umi, who is also in another bank. Let's say I'm in Roque Commercial Bank, for instance, and I'm registered with Instant Payment Transaction. I must have maybe forgotten to transfer the money during the day. In the ease and the convenience of my own time, I can sit wherever I am, where I have, once I'm registered, to be able to move funds from my account to another account. For instance, I can be able to move from my account to another wallet if I'm registered with any of the wallet partners, AfriMoney, Orange Money, or Q Money. So we launched that one in February, as was stated. That is a means for us to be able to get to the market. So that people, because the whole essence here is, a lot of people decided to hold on cash because they think whenever they need it, they can access it. For instance, banks close after 4 p.m. You don't have access to it after 4 p.m. Or over the weekends, you are a businessman and somebody coincidentally brings in a product that you want to buy, but you don't have access to it. You have to wait till Monday. The person is very urgent. So for all of these reasons, a lot of business people decide to keep cash home, which is a little more or much more risky. So now we have brought this product for you to be able to be assured that 24 hours, 7 days a week, 360 days a year, you have access to your phones to be able to do transactions across the network. So what we are doing too is to bring down the fintechs. Initially, we decided to focus on the banks and the MMOs. We are now bringing in the fintechs. We are working together with our partners to see how we can do our testing and see how they can do their transactions through the national switch seamlessly. The governor mentioned initially in the statement that he has placed a ban on bilateral. Bilateral seems to be expensive on the other way around because both partners have to invest and try to make sure everything is working. Now we have brought a platform, this is like a corridor, that everybody be able to connect. Once you connect, you don't need to go and speak to another bank again. If, for instance, I'm from UBA and I'm connected to the switch, I'm automatically connected to all of the other banks that are online. I'm automatically connected to all the mobile money. I'm automatically connected to all the fintechs. So the fintechs and the aggregators and their agents can be able to do transactions. And we are also trying to partner with Interswitch. We are working at the background to see how we can test. They did some demo here to be able to do transactions on the agency banking. You can be able to do transactions on POSs. We can all see those who follow Nigerian films. If you go everywhere, you see POS. They even make sound of a POS. We want that to go to the remote places in our countries like behind Kenema or Kailao. You don't need to take transport. You don't need to sit on a motorbike. You don't need to move to do a transaction. But Orange and the other partners, AfriMoney, QMoney, MoneyMe, the other financial institutions, you don't need to be physically present, but you have agents to be able to do these transactions. So this is a deliberate strategy that BSL is trying to put together to work with partners for us to be able to deliver this financial inclusion.
Thank you very much. Quite impressive.
So actually, just to add one line. Thanks very much, Albert. So the financial inclusion reality is what Albert just landed on in his last statement. That is where the collaboration and partnership comes into play. Interswitch has been able to do the agency banking, as they said in Nollywood movies. We want to bring it to the screen of Sierra Leone TVs and on the streets of all the provinces to be able to access your cash at any time from agent location, working with BSL and the National Switch. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Bumi. Thank you for that. So I'd like to come to you, Mr. David Orange Money. Given your leadership role in the market, what are the specific strategies you've adopted towards, getting the fintechs and the banks synergized in terms of doing business in Sierra Leone?
Thank you very much. Orange Money has done a lot in terms of supporting financial transactions across the market. Today, Orange Money is the largest player in terms of customer base. We also have the largest distribution network of more than 20,000 touch points right across the 16 districts in Sierra Leone. And over the years, we've done quite a lot in partnering with various institutions, including banks, fintechs, and MFIs, and we've done quite a lot over the years. Specifically on the point of interoperability, I can just give you a brief background on what Orange Money used to be. It used to be a closed loop system, so we can only transact if you're an Orange Money customer. But over the years, we've transformed significantly. First, we integrated with about 8 banks
to do push and pull, bank to wallet and wallet to bank. And that is one form of interoperability, but in a very closed system. So I can say we were the pioneer of that particular solution in Sierra Leone. And we've gone with that for quite some time now. And I'm happy we now have the national switch that has opened up everything for everyone. And I'm proud to say again, we were the first amongst the first financial institutions to join the national switch and the instant payments and system. So our strategy has always been collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. Because we know success only comes when you play with your own strength, with your own core competence, and you also leverage the strength of other parties. We cannot do it all, and that's why we've always ensured that we play with critical partners, the banks, the fintech. Today, we've launched so many services, not because we either have the license to do it or the competence to do it, but because we have the right partnership to do it. A case in point is today people can access digital nano loan. In just few minutes, in 5 minutes, you can access loan. And that was made possible because we collaborated with a microfinance institution that provided the license and the finances to ensure that that product reaches every corner of Sierra Leone. And we've also recently rolled out the same solution, but now for agents and other small businesses. That is petty traders, keke riders, okada riders. They can now have access to credit. So in terms of our role in the market, and I can say as the biggest player in this space, we've done quite a lot to drive interoperability. And our vision is to ensure that customers at the end point, which will be the Ethiopian world, will not give much relevance to a single institution, but will give relevance to services. In a sense, if I am a customer and I'm with a particular institution, I want to be sure that I can send and receive money seamlessly. I want to be assured that I can have access to various forms of financial services seamlessly, because there is no single player with dominant authority over all the services. And that's what interoperabilities will do at the end of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. You can agree with me that the new currency is collaboration. I mean, you started with that you guys were closely knitted initially. You had to open your doors for other people to work with you just to ensure that the customer, I mean, once the customer is happy, everybody is. Thank you very much. I'd like to come to you, Mr. Soribe, for at MoneyMe, what are you guys doing to break these barriers around, the excluded parties in the regions, the province, you call it in this country, where people have limited access to financial services?
Thank you. And thank you to Interswitch for inviting us here. This is part of the collaboration conversation we're having. I think if there is one takeaway here today, it's collaborate and partner. Leverage the other person's skill sets and drive adoption. Our business model is built around partnership because we're more or less an aggregator in the market. So we are among the first set of people, if not the first, to draw the boundaries of mobile money, like you saw on the payment on POS using mobile money. We just killed that overnight and said, I think let's have the services open to as many players as possible, as many fintechs as possible. But let's roll back into numbers. Africa accounts for 17% of the world's population, but we only contribute to 2% of digital payments in the entire world. So there's a lot to do. Nobody can do it alone. If we don't partner, we will just be shooting ourselves in the foot. Maybe you close your door, someone will just evolve the next day and shut that door. So it's not possible to go alone. In line with that, our model was firstly to look at how do we build the infrastructure, the highway to allow other fintechs to build or other innovators in the market to build and commercialize their ventures. So that's what MoneyMe purely is, an infrastructure project. We build cross-network infrastructure. We support players like banks. We support mobile monies. We support fintechs. So we sit in the middle, not as a wallet, not as a bank, but we sit as the facilitator of some of these interactions. And good enough, what is happening with the instant payment switch now is a blessing for this nation. And I would say from now onward, Sierra Leone has kicked off. A lot has happened, even for us doing infrastructure. We're building, like you know, roads. It takes time. It is now to do impact amplification, as we call it. It is now time to fly. So you would start seeing possibly MoneyMe in different forms. And don't be surprised, because we've been building all these years just to get ready for this moment when the takeoff happens, that we're in the tarmac to leave the shores of this land. I think that's it on us. We're open to partnership. We're visiting everybody. We're talking to everybody here, including banks as well as Interswitch, to see how we can bring access to digital services going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So I'd like to come to you, Ayo. Given GT Bank's, I'll call it midwifery role in terms of traditional banking versus the digital banking innovation happening, how has GT Bank choose this pivotal position to enable the mobile money operators and the fintechs collaborate in terms of solving this problem of access to finance?
Thank you very much. First, I'd like to thank Interswitch for giving us this opportunity. What we've seen over the years is that there's a lot of gap in Africa. Africa is so much behind, and we've always lacked the sense of urgency. So when we came on board, part of the things we said was that, let's look at shared prosperity. Let's try to open our doors, So on the basis of that, we looked at how the market is going, and then we said we need to actually, be okay at the back end. And what do? We try to invest in infrastructure. We also try to bring in, on our technology side, what we call IT structure, so that we're ready for the market. And then what we did was that afterwards we did a tech academy, where we, did like some sort of CSR. So we did the academy for about 50 Sierra Leoneans, and we brought in 10, tech guys, smart guys, and then we positioned them. And then we said the next thing that needed to be done is to now deal with the marketing side. We now, did digital banking academy. Kind of is first in Africa, So in that team today, there's a team that, just focused on collaboration and partnership. And what does that mean? It just means that there's some fluidity that we've created within our system, such that if we have fintechs coming in, everything can happen, very fast. I have a little story. There's a merchant that actually worked with one of our competing bank in Nigeria, and said, okay, it took him about 8 months to get on board. And then when he came on board to our side, we did it in 2 months. This could not have happened without, putting proper structures, the people, the processes, and the technology, behind this. So another thing that we have seen that has played out is that even when you want to do all of this collaboration and partnership, like one of the speakers said, your culture will swallow your strategy. So what that means is that at very executive level, you have to be able to align with your compliance team, with your risk team, and be able to share this vision with them to say this is where we're going, and then they get the buy-in, because what we have seen from where we stand is that we need to create shared prosperity for Africa. We need to take young people out of the streets, a lot of graduates on the streets. If we don't open up this industry, if we are not collaborating and competing, this was a choice of word that, I used in Tanzania in 2017, where I said, you are going to have to collaborate and compete. It's contradictory, but you need to run it together. Because on one side, your fintech are also coming after your business. On the other side, you also need them. So we've seen that play out in Nigeria, where MoneyPoint, took over the SME business and all of that. And as banks, we are positioned, to fend off and also collaborate, you know, so that there will be shared prosperity in this part of the world. So that's it from my own side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ayo, for that. I'd like to come to you, Mr. Ajiman. So in the Bank of Sierra-Leone, how are you guys, SLCB, I keep saying Bank of Sierra-Leone, so apologies for that. So how are you guys working with local fintechs to expand the digital services beyond Freetown to remote areas where these services are not available today?
Thank you very much. So at SLCB, I think we initially, I'll just go back a bit. Initially, we had a digital transformation journey, which I'll call 1.0. I take from Interswitch Group, and we are now going on to transformation 2.0, which I think, and what we've come to realize is that digital transformation is not going to end. It's going to continue. So if you were looking at it as a journey that had to end, then there would be a problem. So in terms of working with fintechs, a lot of the fintechs will tell you that initially we were hesitant to work with them. Because of the way we are regulated. So we looked at risks and compliance, and that stopped the amount of engagement we had with fintechs. But between last year and this year is going to be a pivotal year, you would see that we have gained a lot. And I think it's the same thing that Interswitch has also experienced, that within the last 12 months, there has been significant development in that space. So you would see that now we are working with a lot more fintechs. We are open to connect to any fintech. There's anybody who comes, we're open to work with you. Now, the challenge we have now is that how do you vet the fintechs? Who is going to come with products that will actually add value to the customers? Who is going to come with secure products? All of those things are what we are working on now. And I think that's where, because if you over-regulate, which we found out, innovation goes down. So now I think we would say we have, I think we're working with all the main fintechs, which have, they have shown that they are credible, and we're working with them. But I want to also say that there are those fintechs which are small. Some of them are one-man shows, but they have a lot of innovation. They have a lot of things that they can give. And those are the people that I think we're trying to look at and see how they can develop to a level that they can integrate with us and provide services. So from the SLCB point of view, we connect to any. We will not discriminate, but we are trying to find a way to fairly categorize and vet them. So that's where we are at SLCB.
Right. Thank you very much for that insight. We always be talking about collaboration. We're talking about bringing more people into the room. The more the merrier for your country. So I'd like to come to you, Mr. David. In terms of the trying to get to the grassroots education in terms of adoption, what's Orange doing in that space to help get the information out there? That assurance that the people in the rural areas need to get involved and start transacting using digital platforms.
Thank you very much. I earlier alluded that we have one of the widest distribution network today in Sierra Leone, and we're riding on the back of that strong distribution network to reach out to citizens that lives in the most remote end of this country. In the past 5 years, I can say we've invested almost slightly above $3 million just in terms of communication, education, and trying to get people not only to understand our product and services, but also for them to have some knowledge of financial education. Sometime in 2023, we worked with UNCDF to provide financial literacy to agents and more than 10,000 customers across the country. So what we do in Orange Money, we do not only sell a product, but we know there's a strong correlation between having a clear understanding of how the product works, having a clear understanding of your individual preference as a customer, and how you can match your individual preferences with our products and services, and how you can optimize your financial status. And that only comes when you understand what you're doing. And you only understand what you're doing if you're well informed. In Sierra Leone today, the literacy rate is very, very low. And that comes with lots of challenges. And to get a message through to the layman in the village, it takes a lot. So you're not only going to send text messages because they're unable to read text messages. You cannot just go to the radio station and start talking because there are limitations. They cannot afford a radio handset. So it means going beyond that. And what that involves, it means community engagement, one-on-one interactions with these customers, and you would have to have a wider network to be able to pull such a Herculean task off. So it's a lot that we're doing, and it's costing us so much. But I'm happy to say we've managed to break through, because today we can see the impact our effort is yielding. We see the payback. In the 150 chiefdoms in the country, we're proud to say we are present in all. An agent is always present. Customers, even the most illiterate individual, knows how to send money, the least. But also, in an event where they cannot do it themselves, the agents are available to support them. So we've gone a long way. There's also a lot to do, because like I said, the literacy rate in Sierra Leone is low, and there are a lot of challenges that we need to overcome. But we've gone a long way, and there's more to do.
All right, thank you very much for that insight. Because of time, we'll have to try and wrap things up. So I'd like to start with you, Mr. Hajiman. In one word, let me not say one word, in one phrase, how do you see the collaboration in Sierra Leone in terms of fintech, mobile money operators, and the banks? In one phrase, what do you want to say about the collaboration and the way forward?
I think to be open-minded.
Thank you. I pose the same question to you.
Yeah, I would say the same. Everybody should open their door to conversations, because you learn in the process as well as you benefit commercially from those engagements.
Thank you.
Used to be very slow and closed loop, but we are making progress, and I'm very hopeful.
Your doors are open now.
Okay, from my own side, I mean, there's a lot of legwork to be done, so we must not take that out, away. And that's what David said the other time, benches. And with that, you will also find out that able to do all of those legworks, we can actually achieve, a lot of milestones.
Thank you. Baby.
I can only see, let's be flexible and accommodating. I think we can be there.
Thank you very much. Bumi?
I think that coming from the regulator gives me a sign of relief. I would say collaborative trust is very critical for all players. Let's trust and collaborate. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your time. Pictures? Okay, yes, let's take some questions before we close. Because of time, let's take some questions. Okay. Any question from the audience? Okay. So please tell us
Okay.
if you're directing the question to any of the panelists or just...
Yes, to
Okay.
David.
Okay.
From Orange. My name is John Suluku, the head of digital and agents banking, Bloomberg Africa Sierra-Leone Limited. Thanks to the team at Interswitch and also Bank of Sierra-Leone for your support. It has been an interactive and educative session. To Mr. David, CEO at Orange Money. Orange Money, or mobile money, of course, all of us know it has become a way of life. Yeah? However, I don't know if you're receiving feedback from customers or from your team. There is actually something that is happening out there in the market. For me, I've experienced it and I'm not happy with it. The agents on the street, since you implemented the flat commission flat fee rate on transaction, most agents are collecting extra funds from customers for transaction, especially if they want to do transfers, transactions, or even cash out also. Okay, except cash out. But they collect extra charges. For me, why it's most times bleed my heart, I can say it, is because I was fortunate to be part of the mobile money evolution in Sierra Leone for some 12 or 13 years ago and at Orange. So each time I encounter that situation, it actually caused me so much pain. The last time I had to call some of my colleagues at Orange to address this issue. So what have you done, if at all you have received any feedback as such? What have you done to ensure that this issue has been dealt with?
That's it. Thank you very much. Interesting. I think we had a similar conversation this morning. We had an engagement around trust, and then something like this came up, and I also brought this as an example. So yes, to answer your question, yes, I'm aware what is happening in the market, and it's unfortunate because the idea behind reducing or the reduction of our fees was to enable more customers to come on board the digital financial trend, and also to address the concerns of most of our customers that have been complaining that our services are too expensive. So we had to reduce our services by almost 50%, and that was huge. We took the hit, but the agents, let's say 20% of them, they could not bear the thought that that would also impact their commission. So today, a fraction of them are engaged in that practice. And it is something that we take very seriously internally. Up to recently, last week, we called a cross-section of them, including, because they have a body, it's the Agents Network body. We invited their executives to our office. And then we had a very thorough conversation around this particular subject. And what we also did, or what we are also doing, is to block agents that are charging extra over the counter. And what we are also doing is also canceling the contract with them. But over and above all, what we've also been doing is to engage our aggregators or the super agents to ensure that the most troublesome areas, and I can give you the troublesome areas, go to Lumley, or go to Wilberforce, New England, PZ. We know the troublesome places, and also up the provinces. So we are working closely with the super agents, and we are also we're using the carrot and stick approach to ensure that this issue is really addressed, because I see no reason why they should do that, because we've seen empirical evidence that when we reduce the prices, transaction volume shot up. And so we enjoy the economies of scale. Most of these agents are now earning far more than they used to earn. But unfortunately, their measuring stick is different from ours. They are not looking at the absolute bulk revenue that are generating. They're looking at the revenue per transaction. And that is the most deceptive way of looking at the whole business as a whole, because that's not the kind of business we're in. We're in a business of numbers, and we expect them to act accordingly. But if anybody is impacted, we have a line, you call our line, you show the agent number or code, we'll block them immediately and invite them to the office. And in certain cases, we refund the customers the extra charge that has been taken from them.
Thank you for that. That's customer feedback. Thank you very much. And thank you all for coming. Pictures.
Thank you very much. Please stand for a quick photo. Can we have the chairs? Please, once more, a round of applause for our panelists. A very engaging session. And again, the keyword here is interoperability, collaboration, but in this case, collaborative trust. We see that it is needed for this sector or this industry to move forward. The topic has been bridging or building bridges, breaking barriers, unlocking inclusive growth through interoperable digital platforms or digital payments and strategic partnerships. And our moderator has been Chidi Okpara Ndudu. Please, a round of applause once more for all of them. All right, so like what you've heard so far and what has been reiterated on and on and on is that a lot of these things, or a lot of the work, or a lot of the connections, or a lot of services that we've seen cannot happen unless collaborative partnership is in the middle. You cannot walk alone, and it's evident in the conversations and the speeches that we've heard today. A lot of people, a lot of institutions have made, so far, this journey a success. And for this, we would like to recognize some institutions that have been a great and worthy partner, right from day one for some of them. For some who believed in the vision, who saw what was to be when there was nothing in Sierra Leone, but they still collaborated. They still came on board. And so for this, we want to recognize them. We want to say thank you. We want to say we appreciate the love and the tenacity that you have put in advancing your own business and by extension, collaborating with us. And so for this, I'd like to welcome Eyi Tayo Awe, who is the Vice President, Business Development, Interswitch and Co. And as well, Benjamin, I know you know, Aseyinka. Did I get that right? Aseyinka, who's the Divisional Head, Implementation and Delivery. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for them and also our award recipients.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is the time for us to recognize our partners for the collaboration that they've been having with us over time. We would call the banks, and please, as we call the banks, a representative of the bank who is available here should come forward to receive the award. We would call on Vincent Opunode to come and assist with the first set of awards that we'll be handing out. Vincent, please give him a hand as he comes forward. Okay. The first bank that we will call up today to receive an award from Verve is First Bank Sierra-Leone. Please put your hands together for the representative of First Bank. The MD is making his way forward. Thank you for that. Congratulations, First Bank. Okay. We shall be calling on Access Bank Sierra-Leone or a representative to come forward to receive this on their behalf. Please put your hands together. So we have our country manager, Mukhtar, receiving this on behalf of Access Bank. Okay. The next partner we shall be calling on is Skybank Sierra-Leone. Please put your hands together for them. The managing director is making his way forward. Please put your hands together for him, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for that. We shall be calling on a representative of Bank Sierra-Leone to come forward, please. Yes, the MD is not here. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Vincent. Thank you so much. I would want to call on Akim Lowell to come and assist us with the next set of awards. Put your hands together for him, please. Thank you. We call upon the representative of Guarantee Trust Bank. Please come forward. Put your hands together for him, please. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. The next partner up is Sierra Leone Commercial Bank. Please come forward. Thank you. Thank you very much. We shall be giving the final award to Rokel Commercial Bank Sierra Leone. Please, the representative of Rokel Bank, the managing director, please come forward. Okay. Thank you. So thank you, everybody. We've come to the conclusion of the awards. As I had mentioned at the beginning, the awards are given for recognition to the partnership and collaboration that these partners have brought forward. Thank you very much, everyone.
Please, a round of applause once more for them. As we often say, walk alone, walk a mile. But work together as a community, as a village, you will walk 1,000 or probably 1,000,000 miles. And that's what we have seen so far as we talk about the journey so far Sierra Leone has made, the journey so far Interswitch has made in Sierra Leone. Now, as we continue on this program, you know, when you talk, I'm sure a lot of you were very excited with the product demonstration about what is to come in Sierra Leone. Those are products and services that we're all itching to have happen. But you know, you need, you know, those products is what I would call the vehicle. But you can't have a vehicle and drive if there's no road or no good roads. And that is what the national switch is, the road on which the vehicle is driving. And on that note, we'll now have a brief presentation on the Salon payment switch, an important step forward in enhancing interoperability, financial inclusion, and real-time digital payment here in Sierra Leone. So for this, I now call on Albert Boyma, Assistant Director, National Switch Department, Bank of Sierra Leone, for this presentation. Please, a round of applause for him, Albert Boyma. Once more, a round of applause for him, please. Thank you.
I think it's afternoon now. Good afternoon, everybody. You are coming to see a brief presentation as to how far we have taken the financial inclusion project, which we've started with the National Switch. I just want to give you an overview of what we have done so far with the switch. We have, of course, 3 stages. We have done the first and the second. The third one will come later, because we are trying to get the second phase to go to the interior and go to the remote test places that we want to achieve. So you will be able to see exactly what we have done. It's a strategy that the Bank of Sierra Leone is trying to implement to get financial inclusion project done. What is financial inclusion? Financial inclusion is basically trying to give access to financial services. It can be having access to financial transactions, having access to loans, and having access to all digital interoperable way that you can be able to do transactions seamlessly. I'll have to give you the background, which I've already done, the phases and services, self-service center. Maybe I'll have to skip that one, not to bother you too much about what we do at the back end, and then the benefits of the payment switch, and then you can have the opportunity of asking questions, and I'll be able to give you feedback to it, because we have a lot of media personalities here, so it's an opportunity for Interswitch. Thank you very much to give us this platform so that we'll be able to showcase again what we have been doing and what we'll continue to do, and how we'll continue to collaborate to work together. This is it. It's a project implemented by Bank of Sierra-Leone, being funded by World Bank. It facilitates real-time interoperable systems between ATMs, POS terminal, POS is point of sales, mobile payments, connecting banks, mobile money operators, aggregators, and fintechs to be able to do transactions seamlessly together. We have built on this on the standards of ISO 222. It supports card and non-card transactions through APIs and web service fostering financial inclusion, innovation, and growth in the financial sector. This infrastructure lays the foundation for more efficient and accessible interconnected payment ecosystem. The governor has stated when he was making his delivery, and most of the other speakers have already given you the background, what we want to achieve. The key word is interoperability. Be able to do transactions across the network without being remotely standing in one place. The objective is to enhance financial service delivery and expand the outreach of such services to remote areas and gradually reduce the cash usage. You all see everywhere you go, you see people having cash on them, tying it in their pockets, tying it on themselves, just because they want to have access to the cash. So we want to bring these facilities to them so that they can be able to reduce the usage of cash and rely or depend themselves on digital transactions. So like I said, we have 3 phases. We have the card switch functionality, which I've explained earlier. It allows you to have one one ATM card and be able to use across any other ATM machine that you can see or any other point of sale that you can see. Once you have that ATM card and it's connected to the switch, you can be able to do transactions. We did launch that one in May 2023, and like I said, with 6 banks. We have gradually increased those banks to 12 banks. We only have 1 bank that is outstanding because of development issues. But we'll go beyond that to be able to have all 13 banks in Sierra Leone on the card switch platform. And then the second phase is the IPS, that's the instant payments. That allows you to move money across the network from your account to another account, or from your account to a wallet, or from a wallet to an account, or wallet to wallet. It gives you seamless transactions, ease of convenience for you to be able to do transactions across the network. You have access to your cash in any of the banks or any of the wallets. You have access to your funds, which you can do transactions with 24 hours or 360 days a year. And then the third one is National Gateway. MasterCard, Visa, UnionPay, or VAV. We are trying to work with them to see how you can be able to use. We see now a lot of digital payment system evolving. We want for you to have your local card and be able to pay international payments, like you do orders from any of the international partners. But that is the third part of it. We want to have these 2 functional very well locally, and then we cannot be able to open the platform for international gateway that you can be able to use your local card to make international payments. This is the phase 1 trajectory, and these are the current banks that are enrolled. So we are using smart visa technology for switching POS and ATM card transactions across the member banks. So from SAPS, from one bank A to bank B, all connected through the platform. You can do cash withdrawal from one bank's ATM. You can do ATM bank inquiry. You can do mini statements, in-store card purchase with Sierra Leone from any POS device, and in-store refund of card purchase from any POS device too. We have 13 banks, but we only have 12 banks already. The one is Skybank pending, as you can see. But with development issues, it will be beyond that one very soon. And then the second part, like I said, is the IPS that allows you to make transactions across the network. So the 4 key ones are these ones. You'll be able to do mobile wallet to mobile wallet to bank account to mobile bank account, and then bank account to mobile wallets. Initially, we saw the rise of banks and mobile money operators having bilateral operations. We have removed that one and give you the SAPS environment. We are in all the banks, all the MMOs, all the fintechs will connect together and be able to provide for you seamless financial transactions. Currently, these are the ones enrolled, banks and mobile money operators. We have 10 banks and the 3 mobile money operators. We are working at the back end to see that we test vigorously end-to-end with all the fintech partners. We are trying to connect them to the VPN so that we can do our testing for the next 2 months so that we can meet our June 30 target to bring all of our fintech partners on board, and then you can be able to do transactions seamlessly. This is the back-end operations, which I will not bother you about. This is what we do. I will just keep this one. These are the benefits of being on the SAP platform. What we are trying to do is to encourage everybody to register because of our 2022 Finance Act that says anybody that wants to do financial transaction must have connected your accounts to your NIN. That's your national identification number. We are encouraging everybody to walk to any account, any bank that you have your accounts, or any of the mobile money operators, so that you can do seamless registration and be able to be on SAP's platform and do all of these transactions highlighted earlier. To the consumers, it gives you convenience because it's real-time payments. I stand here, I transfer money to you, you get your alert, I get my alert, we move on. Accessibility is seamless integration of financial institutions, bringing all of the players to one table so that they can be able to connect to each other and speak to each other, that you go behind the back door to be able to have bilateral arrangement that will ask you to invest more. And then we want to reduce cash dependency, encourage users to keep funds in wallets, accounts instead of moving cash, because you now know you can go to any of the stores, any of the supermarkets, any of the other partners, or even like we are saying, we are now trying to test with POSs. You can have your cash on your POS, you can deposit on the POS once you have your agency banking up and running. For the participants, is we expand reachability, increased utility, and revenue potential through interoperability. Because transactions that were supposed to have happen in only your branch cannot be done elsewhere and see gets to your bank. So you don't have to have physicality everywhere, but you can be able to have income from transactions that connect to your bank. Then we have new product opportunities. It allows you now to sit together with your partners, bringing a lot of innovative ideas to be able to reach to customers and give them accessibility. Micro merchant support enables small businesses to accept instant payments and then improve the cash flow benefit from instant transactions. Because 2 or 3 years ago, or some few months back, I had to issue you a check. You take it to a bank. It will take 3 days to mature, or 4 days, plus weekend is 7 days. Now it's instant. So at every point in time, you have access to your phone so that you can be able to buy and sell at one point to another. So the businesses and the merchants, ease of payment acceptance, because of the wider connectivity and interoperability we are trying to do. You now have the ease of payment. Either use QR code, either use your card, or either use mobile money wallets. It depends on what you have the choice, that which means you want to use to pay anybody that is connected to the switch. For the economy, of course, we say financial inclusion, which extends several services. The amount of funds that we believe have is in the informal sector is too much. If it goes beyond people that do Luma, they have a lot of cash there because they need those cash to be able to do transactions. But if they are aware that you don't need to have this cash because of security, I can deposit it in my account and still be able to do transactions. Banks will be able to mop up those funds. They'll be able to buy bills. Government will be able to make use of those bills to be able to do more developmental activities. Innovation, as earlier highlighted, provides a platform for developing advanced financial services, and it gives efficiency, reduce reliance on cash, enhance and formal financial ecosystem by giving you seamless financial services at one point. This is what we do.
Do we have any questions? Yes, we do.
Good day. So my question is regarding the documentation for developers and also for fintechs. Like how, I think, a lot of the developers were complaining that the documentation is not very friendly. So for integrating the payment switch for fintech, and also some of the prerequisites or requirements for fintechs that want to be onboarded into the sandbox or I guess the testing ground. That's my question. Thank you. Also, so regarding, I guess, the APIs. So the documentation for the APIs and accessibility to APIs, and also requirements and prerequisites for fintechs.
All right. You realize the governor mentioned it for the sandbox. It's a regulatory requirement for us to be able to be sure. For the documentation, I think we had a lot of meetings with almost all the fintechs. They can attest to that. We shared all of the information they need for development. But if you have challenges in comprehending those documents, I believe, like they already said, we are accommodating and flexible. You can walk to the National Switch Department of Bank of Sierra-Leone. We can walk you through. The ones that you don't understand, we'll take you through and we'll help you to be able to understand so that you can do your development quickly. We have had 3 or 4 or 5 different fintechs that are currently trying to connect to the VPN. They have already done the development of their APIs. So, but if you are still challenged, I encourage you to walk to the National Switch Department of the Bank of Sierra-Leone. We'll be able to guide you and help you with regards to the documents that we provided for you to be able to use to do your development.
All right. Thank you very much. Of course, because of time, we can't take any more questions.
Before we just go to questions, I will want to encourage everybody. Have you registered?
I don't think so. I'm not sure what the process is.
I want to encourage everybody. You can't be able to utilize all of these beautiful things that we have stated if you are not registered. The essence of registration is for us to be able to have idea. If, for instance, you are doing transactions from your own convenience, if there is any issue with regards to fraud, if there is any issue with regards to mistransaction, you'll be able to trace it and be able to refund you as quick as possible. So we want you to go and register so that if you send transactions to anybody, we already have details of that person that you have sent transactions to. So go out and register in any of the banks that I have listed here that are on the national switch, or any of the mobile companies. It's very easy, it's very seamless. A lot of these mobile companies have provided USSD codes that you can use to register. So I encourage everybody. The first step is registration. Let's register and register and register so that we'll be able to access to the switch.
Well, all right. Albert, in order to incentivize or encourage me to actually register, I think we need to test one of the product here, or one of the service. And you had mentioned something that I'm very interested in, being able to transfer money and you receive it instantly. If you have your phone and I have my phone. Well, you got me on that one. I'm registering tomorrow and we're going to do a test on live. Anyway, thank you very much. That is the Sierra Leone National Switch presentation. Albert Boyma, Assistant Director, National Switch from the department, of course, in the Bank of Sierra Leone. Did we enjoy that? Are we excited? Do we look forward to the great things and possibilities within the fintech space? Yes? No? Maybe? Yes. Okay. All right. So, well, there is still more that we can do. But if you're a novice like me and you're trying to figure out what more can we get from the National Switch, what more can we get from Interswitch, then I think it befits that we actually sit through our next session. Now, this would be a presentation, product presentation on mobile financial services, digital bank in a box, Verve. And to take us through this, I'd like to call Obiora Izika, Head Mobile Financial Services, Interswitch, Chizorum Amago, Sales Manager, West Africa, Interswitch, and as well, Yakub Sani, Head Regional Expansion, Verve International. Please, a round of applause for them as they take us through on the possibilities that we can explore within the mobile financial services, digital bank in a box, and Verve.
All right, thank you very much for that introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll be taking us through some of the solutions that we have that can run on the National Switch. Thank you, Albert, for making my job easy. And thank you to the Bank of Sierra-Leone for providing us the road. Now I will show us some of the vehicles that can ply those roads so that we can utilize them and deliver value to the people of Sierra Leone. I'll talk very high level on our digital banking suite, owing to time constraints. I head the business that provides channel services at Interswitch. Now, for the channels, we provide over mobile and internet, and these are channels that rely heavily on switch services to make services available to bank users. Today, we are available, we provide services across 13 countries in Africa, Sierra Leone inclusive. And the idea for us, like the theme of this event, is to democratize access to financial services. Like the theme says, access, inclusion, and growth, and that is what we're all about. And these are some of our clients across Africa. We can see some Sierra Leone banks present here as well, and the objective for us is to onboard as many banks as possible within Sierra Leone. Now, speaking to the solutions, we have the mobile, the corporate internet, the retail internet, and as well as the admin portal. Basically, what these channels do is to grant us access to bank or financial services. We have solutions that are tailored to commercial banks. We have solutions that are tailored to MFIs. I would not go into details, but if anyone is interested, you can always meet me behind, and I'll take us through a detailed presentation on the different solutions. But I also like to mention that these solutions, depending on your complexity, we can go from development to go live within a period of 8 weeks. So you don't have anything to worry about with respect to long implementation timelines. In terms of features, I wouldn't go through the features one after the other, but I have one thing to say. If you can think of a service and that service is digitizable, be rest assured that we can make it available on your mobile channel, we can make it available on your web channel, be it retail or corporate internet banking. Now, for technology stack, we make use of React Native, but on the database side, I would like to mention that we are database agnostic, so any database that you make use of, we can work with today. These are some of the recent applications that we have deployed in the market. This is for a bank in Lagos, Providence Bank. This is also for a bank named Sofri, is a microfinance institution in Nigeria. We can see how warm and colorful the designs are. These are some of the things that we're able to bring to the Sierra Leone market. Every application of ours has an admin portal that makes it possible for you to manage access to the application, where you can grant user rights to your admin officers or people within the e-business teams in the bank, and where you're able to spool and generate reports. Finally, I like to mention that channels are very important towards us fully utilizing and granting access to the capabilities of this switch. This makes it possible for the populace, the citizens, to transact at any time of the day, 24/7, be it a Saturday, be it a Sunday. So an app or a web access is more like the branch of a bank, and this is one of the reasons every bank should invest in having these channels, and we're available to work with you to make this a reality. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Chizorom, and I'll be standing on existing protocols. So I work out of the Sistigra team, and Sistigra is the digital infrastructure arm of Interswitch. And what we have done very well over the past few years is to collaborate with global OEMs, original equipment manufacturers, to provide technology for the African market, right? So we localize the solutions for the African market. And what we've seen in the past few years is, aside the commercial banks, the fintechs and the MFBs also want to deliver digital solutions. They also want to play with the commercial banks. However, what has been the challenge is around costs. While the commercial banks have the capex to play in the big space, the fintechs and MFBs don't have that capex. So at Interswitch, what we have done is to invest in the big technology and then offer a multi-tenant cloud solutions for MFBs and fintechs that provides a cost-effective solution for them. So it's based on this premise that we're presenting digital banking in a box, right? Which is a core infrastructure for MFBs, fintechs, OFIs, and the likes. So in this suite, first thing I'll be speaking about is the iPass, which is today your postilion FEP, right? That enables you to drive your cards. So if you're a card issuer in the market today, you currently use an FEP, all right? Aside issuing cards, it also drives your channels. So your mobile, your ATMs, your web, and all of that, right? So if you are an MFB, a fintech, and you're interested in issuing cards in the market, you're interested in acquiring card transactions, the FEP is a go-to for you. And what we have done is to, like I said, we've invested in the core FEP infrastructure and then providing this as a cost-effective solution for you. We also have the iBaaS solution, which is the core banking infrastructure, right? The good thing about the iBaaS is it's comes with over 400 ready APIs, right? So it's more or less a plug and play solution for you, from onboarding to KYC to AML, to loans, disbursement, collaterals, fraud, and all of that. It's plug and play, like I said. Once you're onboarded on the IBA solution, you have access to over 400 APIs that enables you to start doing banking transactions. We also have the ISAS solution, which is also a part of the suite, which is our fraud solution. And our fraud solution uses both the ML, that's machine learning, and AI technology to, monitor and prevent fraud, right? So depending on what kind of structure you run, it helps to monitor internal fraud and external fraud. It helps to secure your data in rest and on flight, irrespective of what kind of system you operate today. And the emphasis of fraud cannot be overemphasized in the e-payment space. Lastly, like Obiora said, we also have the mobile financial service for the MFB space as well, which is a cost-effective model, right? We know what it takes to build a mobile app from scratch. Right? What we have done also is to create a multi-tenant solution for the MFB space as well that enables you to give your customers digital platforms at a very cost-effective rate. Other things we offer to the MFB space today includes our DPS solution, which is used to run campaigns and promos for your customers. We offer SMS solutions as well for customers or for banks who provide merchant acquiring and agency banking solutions. We also offer POS terminals. We also configure USSD. Someone asked initially about the customer who doesn't have access to WhatsApp or a smartphone. USSD is a great alternative. We also run training services across board from the lowest SCADA to the highest SCADA. And finally, we also offer data protection solutions. Our value proposition is very clear. We want to offer cost-effective solutions that are scalable. We want you to focus on innovating and creating solutions while we take care of the heavy lifting at the back end, right? So if you have any questions about this, I'll be at the back afterwards. I'm willing and able to take your questions. Thank you very much.
All right, a round of applause for him, please. I know that we are all excited, and I can hear all the chit-chat. Everyone is already planning the next, innovation, the next services or product that they will deploy in their business or in the banks or in the mobile, mobile providers. But we cannot be able to fully grasp what is before us if we're all speaking at the same time. We need to pay attention. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. They say the future belongs to Africa. And that's true. But most importantly is, for this future to be fully harnessed by us, we need to ensure that the solution to the challenges in Africa are provided by we Africans. Because nobody understands the complexity and the cultural context of these continents better than you and I. Permit me to stand on existing protocols. My name is Sani Yakub, and I lead the efforts in expanding VEV across Africa. For us in VEV, our strategic focus is to empower the banks and other financial card issuing institutions to ensure that they can provide a card product to their customers, not only for these products to meet the need of the customers, but also to do this in a cost-effective way, in a transparent manner, with simplified fees that are charged in local currency. Let's journey together as we see what VEV has done over the years. For me, I'm particularly excited standing before you to show you a homegrown, innovative, and strategic collaboration that is unlocking the full potential of Africa in the payment space. VEVCard has been out there in the market for more than 15 years, and in this number of years, we've been able to issue more than 80 million cards across 13 countries in Africa. And of course, Our dear saloon is one of those countries. We pride ourselves as a solution built by Africa for Africans. And like I said earlier, nobody understands the continent better than we do. And in markets where we've been, in Nigeria, we have a share of more than 65% of the market, and this is a market where we have other international card schemes in existence. We've not only done this in Nigeria, we've been able to extend this to the Gambia, where we have close to 80% share of that market. And in Kenya and Uganda, we are the most issued cards among the SACCOs. That's the microfinance banks in those markets. Why can't we do this in Salon? We'll get this done as long as we are ready to work together. These cards can come in the form of debit, prepaid, or credit, depending on what your use case is. And they can be physical or virtual. And at the same time, we are using this card to drive cross-border payments across the continent. These are a few samples of cards that we've issued in the market within our years of existence. I mean, the red card you can see there is a card that particularly excites me because that card was issued in conjunction with the Federal Ministry of Agriculture in Zambia, where they use this card to give farmers, to support farmers for their inputs, which means this can also be done in this market. If you look closely, you will also see another card there where it's an identity card layered with payments for the Lagos State residents and other use cases, as you can see on the screen. Why do we need a domestic card in Africa if we already have certain cards that work for us? But remember, I said that our solution must come from within because we better understand our context. And that is why, if you look at what we use today, this is why a domestic card scheme in Africa is of great importance to us. High transaction costs. We know what the cost is for us to run the international card scheme in our markets, but we are saying we are coming with a cost-effective solution that also meets the needs of the customers. FX risk. I said earlier in my introduction that simplified payments are done in local currency. You don't need to source for FX for payments to be made. Financial inclusion, we know how the state of Africa is. Our fees, the fees complexity of these other cards that we use, we also understand how it is. I have said that our fees are very simplified and very easy to comprehend. Low relevance. Carrying an international card in Africa and you don't have any reason to travel abroad is of no use because the cards will not, you will not harness the full potential of those cards. But the Verve card is going to meet your needs 100% as long as you are within the continent. And the payment fragmentation we see in Africa. This is a sample of our payment card, and this is how it looks like. I mean, like I said earlier, they can come in the form of debit, prepaid, or credit. We have them in contact and in contactless, virtual, and as well as tokenized. And the channels of usage are across all the channels. You can think of POS, ATM, mobile, web, as well as at the agent's location. And the use cases are endless, from agriculture to health, from transport to travels, from identity, all across. You can use, you can have these cards available to you in all of these use cases. And one beautiful thing we've been also able to achieve over the years is the fact that these cards have been enabled for cross-border, and you can use them across a number of countries in Africa, as well as use the same card for payments on global merchant sites. This is what Verve represents, and I call on you to join us as we create value across Africa. Thank you.
Once more, a round of applause for Obiora Ezika, Chizurum Amago, and Yakub Sani for that beautiful product presentation. You know, as we often say, that all good things must come to an end. Well, it is indeed that time where it has come to an end. So to give our closing remarks and vote of thanks, please let's welcome Vincent Obunudu, who is the MD, Verve International. Now, he's a pioneer staff whose journey from solutions engineer to now managing director of Verve International is a testament to excellence and vision. With over 15 years in the industry, including leading GAM switch in the Gambia, please let's welcome, please let's welcome. If you don't clap well, we're not gonna leave. If you don't clap hard enough, we're not gonna leave. Yes, so please, let's welcome Vincent Ogbunudu, MD, Verve International, for the closing remarks and vote of thanks.
Thank you for that stellar introduction, Stella. A round of applause for her. You've had a very stellar performance, I must say. So I'm not particularly a fan of closing remarks because there's a tendency that I can be speaking to an empty room, but that's not the case today. I'm amazed that you guys have stuck with us for this long, so you deserve a round of applause as well. Thank you very much. Thank you. We appreciate you, and this is really indeed a testament that you're connecting and identifying with the subject of today. So thank you very much. So to my closing remark, to the Governor, Bank of Sierra-Leone, Deputy Governor, the directors, the representatives of the Bank of Sierra-Leone as well, distinguished leaders, the MD, CEO, thank you for sticking with us. The fintechs, mobile money managers, operators, distinguished guests, partners, and colleagues. As we bring this impactful forum to a close, we express our sincere appreciation to all of you who participated and contributed to the success of this second edition of the Sierra Leone Fintech Forum. At Interswitch Group, we view Sierra Leone not just as a market, but as a strategic partner in the broader narrative of the African digital transformation. Today's discussions have reinforced our understanding that Sierra Leone's fintech ecosystem is undergoing rapid transformation. Our presence here is more than just symbolic. It reflects our intention to deepen collaboration, expand access to digital payments, and foster innovation that speaks to the unique needs of the local system. Through partnerships, and that has been stressed a lot, and collaboration with you, all of you, the banks, the fintechs, the startups, the regulators, the telcos, we aim to co-create products and infrastructure that are robust, inclusive, and scalable. Working collaboratively, we are strategically positioned and fully committed to play a pivotal role, long-term role, in driving and supporting the dynamic growth of the payment landscape in Sierra Leone. We are particularly excited about traction that we are seeing across West Africa, and we are aligning that momentum with our expansion strategy. At Verve, our goal is to ensure that digital payment solutions are not just available, but accessible, secure, relevant for everyday users across Sierra Leone and beyond. As we grow, we remain focused on delivering secure, accessible, and relevant payment experience, building an inclusive fintech ecosystem. We would like to say thank you for your time, your insights, your partnership. We have a clear mandate to build a fintech ecosystem that includes everyone, empowers entrepreneurs, and drives stronger digital economy. However, this vision, like we said, cannot be achieved in isolation. It requires ongoing dialogues, decisive actions, and a shared commitment. We invite each of you to continue to work with us across sectors and borders to make this vision a reality. Thank you once again for your time, your insights, and most importantly, your partnership. Together, we will build the future of digital finance in Sierra Leone and beyond. Thank you very much.
Please, a round of applause for Vincent Obunudu, MD, Verve International. Quick one. Who is the owner of vehicle with registration AYA333? There is a little emergency. You need to go attend to your vehicle. Vehicle AYA333. Wow, it's been a very eventful day. And this is the Sierra Leone Fintech Forum 2.0. Let us reflect on the progress that we made from 2023, the conversations that we planted, a seed to this year's action. The future of Sierra Leone's financial ecosystem is being shaped not just by technology, but by vision, collaboration, and purpose. Let us leave here inspired to continue building inclusive solutions that uplift lives and transform communities. So until we meet again in our next forum, when we'll gather to recount the success stories that we have birthed from this room, I am encouraged, or I will encourage you all to keep pushing boundaries, keep collaborating, and above all, keep building. This is not a closing remarks. It is just a reminder that we will be convening again. Until then, we want you to keep collaborating, because when we come here, we will reflect on the successes from this room. Thank you so much. I am very humbled to have been your host for this great event, the Sierra Leone Fintech Forum 2025. Please move back for some photo session. There's also the demo booth where you can actually get more experience. We have lunch as well, so please do not leave. We ask that you wait. There is food. Food is ready, and it is hot, piping, and delicious. So item 13 is ready. Good luck. Goodbye. See you all in our next FinTech Forum. Thank you.